this occasion of national importance program of India, and I not only welcome the offline participants, but I would also extend my warm welcome to the online participants, and I'll request them to just keep patience. We are going to start the program within 10 minutes because our principal and controller is soon arriving, and we'll be starting off with the program. In the meantime, I'll just request that we can just click few photographs with the posters so that the message is widespread. Let me tell you that this program is still in infancy, I would like to say honestly, because Materiovigilance is a term which is not being adequately perceived by the healthcare professional, and the reason being that the awareness is very less, and so nobody puts an effort to understand this term and the consequences which it is doing. So it's my earnest request to everyone here that you have to listen it very carefully, this important program. We have Mr. Naveen, Scientific Assistant from IPC, I welcome you also. We have Somesh, the Pharmacovigilance Associate from IPC Ghaziabad. So this is a collaborative effort which has been put up. PGI Chandigarh is also involved. Vikas Medi sir is instrumental in framing the guidelines, and he is a stalwart in the field of pharmacology. So we are blessed to have him here in spite of the heavy rains which he was sharing. So I'll just take a moment to click up pictures. We all will be sitting in a sitting composed posture, and the front line I will request the pharmacology faculties to please occupy the first line so that we are with the posters and we can click a photograph onto it so that awareness can be created widespread. We are going to record this entire program and we are going to put it on a YouTube channel, and that YouTube channel is being donated to us with the RAJMAAI colleges, the RAJMAAI doctors abroad. So I think they will also feel very enlightened to attend this program, and the message will go a long way in the US and other areas where the doctors are residing, the alumni of this great institution. I would like to extend my warm welcome to Dr. Abhishek Agarwal, who was kind enough, and he is the additional principal to this institute. I will request all the participants online to please be on mute mode. The technical assistant Pavan and Pushpender, please look into echo is being produced. So in the meantime, we are here for the photographs, and then Principal Sir is about to come in 5 minutes. So Dr. Abhishek, can you please sit with Dr. Vikas Medi Sir and Dr. Ajay Prakash.
Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. A very pleasant and warm morning to everyone assembled here. I am Dr. Gopal Sharma.
And I am Dr. Shivankar.
It gives us immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome for the workshop cum sensitization program on Materiovigilance, which will be very enriching and transformative experience for all of you.
Today we are privileged to have with us Dr. Vikas Medi sir from PGI Chandigarh, to whom I would like to call upon stage for his chairperson's remark and to share insights with us. Thank you.
So good morning everyone. Said good morning. Yeah. So you need to active for participating in any national program. So today, as Dr. Monica has already said, that we have a lot of gray area in medical devices. We are still learning. Okay? So we designed a program such a way that you need to know that what is a regulation. And if you look at that Indian regulation, we started in 2017 only, implemented from 2018, and there is an amendment in 2020. So it's a new regulation, it needs to be implemented. And as you know that when we classify medical device across the world, we call it 1, 2, 3, 4. We call it ABCD. So we'll have a detailed discussion on regulation, followed by I'll be also talking about how to extrapolate preclinical data for medical devices into the clinical application. So when you talk about drug, we always generate the toxicity data depending on clinical use. You wanted to use for 10 days, you required acute toxicity. You wanted to use for more than a month, you required a repeated dose toxicity, 14 days, 28 days, 60 days, 9 months till 1 year. And in case of long term, you have a long-term toxicity data. That's for 2 years. Similar principle is also applied for medical devices. So we'll have a detailed discussion because we have a lot of MD students. I thought we'll discuss about preclinical data, how do you extrapolate in clinical use. Obviously, I happen to be attending a meeting in DCGI office. And one of the senior consultants says that why you are not doing phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. So I was very surprised because a lot of us, we do not know that this is not the way to do for a clinical evaluation. We do a pilot, we do a pivotal, we do a PMS for a medical device. So that is why a clinical trial, how you are going for a clinical trial, because over a period of time you might have realized that we have more than 8,000 devices in the market. And it is 50 billion by this year, market value. So there is a huge potential because government is also going to put 2,000 crore rupees already planned to have a separate regulation for medical devices. If you today say that how many devices are notified, maybe 39, 40, it's a dynamic. So that means we also need a huge infrastructure to regulate each and every devices. So if you take an example till today, malaria or TB, kids are not notified. How do you look at that? So I thank Dr. Monica, principal, and all the faculty members for providing us, and also I thank IPC for providing us this opportunity to interact with all the faculty members and staff. So we'll have detailed discussion once the session starts. I'm going to talk about regulation, preclinical, clinical, and also how do you report. And definitely, how do you make a causality assessment for the devices. That for drug we make it certain, probable, possible, and you say unrelated or unaccessible. But in case of medical device, how do you go for a root cause analysis? So Naveen will talk about detail about that, how do you go for a decision tree, and this give an information because you need to know that we also need biomedical engineers because most of the devices will use a software. Okay? So when you use a software, we are little lacking of knowledge of software. We can ask that, did you validate? Is there any regulatory acceptance? How do you validate a software? I just tell you that when we started the pharmacovigilance program, we wanted to have our own software. And WHO had given VisiFlow, and that is free of cost to us. And when we had gone to Nepal, they were charging $10,000. Since we have an IT strong nation, we wanted to have our own software. But we wanted to, have a contract with one of the software. So we called 3 days meeting in Bombay. All the company, they came in for a presentation. Finally, I asked US FDA, is it appropriate to go for this software? They say, whatever software you had already examined is our outdated software. And that is why it is very important, need to know that as a clinician, that now DTAB say that, hospital can directly import the medical devices. So that means we need to have a strong team in a medical college or in a nursing home. How do you check the quality? Why it is important? Many times, that one of the meeting I remember in DCJ office, there are 2 professors had come from Harvard University. And they said this device is excellent. It will be better for Indian population. I was sitting there, I asked that how many devices you sold in Europe and US. So it was countable, 200, 150. Then I said that if you are selling in 1 year 200 devices, how do you say it is very, very popular and more effective? So many times you need to also see that, some of the devices are not appropriate for Indian population, but it's in the market. So quality check, all of us need to train, and we need a team for that in a hospital. So with this, I thank, and we'll have a detailed deliberation once it's scientific session done. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Sir from PGI Chandigarh, already on the dais. Dr. Ajay Prakash sir from PGI Chandigarh. Mr. Naveen V from IPC Ghaziabad. Our additional principal sir, Dr. Abhishek Agarwal ji. Our coordinator and additional principal, MDMC, Dr. Monica Jain madam. And member secretary, ADR Monitoring Center, Dr. Rupa Kapadia madam. Now I will request Dr. Abhishek Agarwal sir for his words of wisdom.
Very good morning to everyone. So this is a very important day that we are gathered here, and we have none other than the stalwarts here. Dr. Vikas Medi, I know him from DCGI, so we are together in many meetings when we discuss adverse drug reactions and other. So welcome to Jaipur sir. It's been an honor to be having you here. So the Materiovigilance is a new concept that is taking hold in India. So as sir has said that many devices are there and in the market, and they are totally unregulated, and people tend to use them by means of word of mouth or by means of publicity in the media, like print media or electronic media. But there is no regulation, nobody knows that this device is secure. Take for example a simple glucometer. So there is no way, no regulatory body to see that one glucometer or these glucometers are meeting any minimum standards. So if a certification is there, then we can, as a clinician, be sure that this device has passed this certification. Now this means that this device meets the minimum qualifications, and it will meet the minimum standards so that the results that are being output by this device are reliable. So this is a new concept, and I wish all the best for this symposium. Thank you.
Now I would like to request Mr. Ajay Prakash ji, Dr. Ajay Prakash ji from PGI Chandigarh to kindly enlighten us. So please enlighten us and share your insights on the Materiovigilance.
Yeah, very good morning to everyone. I think all have already said that it is a new field, new area to know. And when the pharmacovigilance started in 2010, and after that it was, I think, conceptualized as yes, we need also something to monitor the use of medical devices also in the market. So I think 2014, I think 17 it started. So overall, what the thing is that right now, whatever the medical devices we are using, as sir already, so Dr. Abhishek sir said that a standardized quality is even the question mark, because there is very less medical devices which is notified. I think during that certification we will go through. But yes, right now, as we have already pharmacovigilance instituted, so that we have many drugs, we know the side effect and all those. But medical devices is such a category which is largely in the patients, but we merely know about the side effect and all those, which is even nobody is not documented. So that's why it is also taking help from the Materiovigilance program of India. So I think in the certification we will look into detail of all this. So all the best for this, and yes, I will convey that this topic is very, very important. Really, this is new, very less literature available in the market. So even in the Pharmacopoeia Commission is also working it, we are also working it. So everybody is initiated the working on it. So we are getting these knowledge slowly and slowly. So all the best for completed. Thank you so much.
Now I would like to request Mr. Naveen, Scientific Assistant from IPC Ghaziabad, to share his insight regarding the topic.
Hi, good morning everyone. So regarding this material vigilance being a new field, so I beg to differ that in global stage it started during 1970s. So US FDA has implemented the regulation in 1976. So from that it has been growing and India is late to the party. Currently in 2015 we have initiated Material Vigilance Program of India, and in 2017 we introduced medical device regulations and medical device rules, and in 2018 we started everything, and by 2023 we started notifying all the medical devices in India. So currently we are late and we have a lot of catching up to do, and we'll discuss all the topics that we have done so far. We are still trying to push us to the international level, and we'll do so. So we'll have a great session. So we'll have an interactive session. So I would like lots of questions from your side. So we'll try to answer whichever questions as much as possible. If we can't answer, we'll reply through mail. No issues. You just ask, be interactive. We'll have great sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naveen. Now, moving on, I would like to call upon Dr. Monica Jain ma'am, who is the coordinator MDMC SMS Medical College, for her special remarks to enlighten us on the medical device adverse event monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shivakant. So again, I have already welcomed you before also, because we were actually looking into the arrangements and all. I again have the opportunity to welcome you from SMS Medical College. Extremely thankful to the dignitaries on the guys for coming. Dr. Vikas Medi sir, Dr. Ajay Prakash sir, Dr. Abhishek Agarwal sir is also very busy, but he's been kind enough to take out time. Principal sir is on the way. Till then, I just want to say one thing. This program is putting a lot of efforts on this Materiovigilance program of India. Why? Because not even a single report goes, or whatever the adverse events come through a medical device, which may be a therapeutic or which can be a diagnostic. Every healthcare professional should be responsible, feel responsible to report the same. If you are not doing it, you are actually not doing your one of the major duty. Because then how do you check about a device, whether the cardiac valve or whether the stent has produced any adverse event or not? Even a cannula, simple as cannula, incubators. And in my PPT presentation, I would just enlighten you how many of the medical devices have created life-threatening situations. They have taken the life of small babies. If the nebulizers are not working well, they are dying, patients are dying or having the acute phase, which is again a problem. So we never want to, be affected with a device which we think that, okay, God is helping out with the device, but actually we are being endangering our life. So it is a moral duty. Probably still I couldn't find the audience not up to my expectation, because as per my expectation, I wanted more people from SMS which are truly involved in patient care should come. And probably they will come and join us at a later date, later hour, and then we'll be all talking about together about this important Material Vigilance Program of India. The star of the program is Dr. Vikas Medi sir and Dr. Ajay Prakash sir, so big round of applause for both of them. And of course, IPC Ghaziabad is also bringing up Mr. Naveen has been scientific assistant there, and he is also making a lot of difference with IPC Ghaziabad. So it's, hand holding. I will also give my, acknowledgement to the wonderful girls of Paramedical Institute. My heartfelt thanks to Mukesh ji for putting up a rangoli, which is a meaningful rangoli. I think one of the finest rangoli. The principal sir is here. A big round of applause for young and dynamic and ever encouraging principal sir, Dr. Pharmacology sir. And he's an eminent cardiologist also, we all know. I'm just telling my guest that he's not only an eminent cardiologist, but he's a wonderful human being, very much grounded, very much compassionate, and very much open-hearted. Not only because he's a cardiologist, but he's a great human being. So I welcome you on this very important program of Material Vigilance Program of India. And we have Dr. Vikas Medi sir, Dr. Ajay Prakash, Mr. Naveen to be with us for this important cause. And I'll just, without doing much ado, I will request all the dignitaries to please go for Saraswati Vanna and the lamp lighting, after only which we are going to proceed with the welcome address of Principal Sir. So let us all join hands and go move, all the dignitaries please move us towards the lamp lighting ceremony.
Our Principal and Controller Sir, Dr. Deepak Maheshwari, to felicitate Dr. Vikas Medi Sir with a plant that is a symbol of sustainability and a fresh start.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries from Delhi, from where? From PGI Chandigarh and IPC. All the students here, additional principals and all the faculty members. Monitoring devices is long overdue. As a doctors, we are implanting more and more devices regularly in the human body. So their follow-ups, their safety, their effectiveness has to be monitored by the government. So this initiative was long overdue, and I think it will go in the right direction. This academic feast will give you a deep insight about this initiative. Thank you.
For the conclusion of the inaugural ceremony, I would like to request Dr. Malika ma'am for a vote of thanks.
So since morning I'm thanking all of you. But I'll again take the opportunity to pay my thanks to the dignitaries from PGI Chandigarh and also from IPC Ghaziabad for actually coming into. ऐसा होता है ना, जब घर के लोग होते हैं तब उतनी बात समझ में नहीं आती, तो जब गेस्ट आके स्टार गेस्ट आते हैं स्पेशली, then you realize that the program is actually very important. And these are the stalwarts who are always involved in making guidelines. For example, good clinical practice. Vikas Medi sir has been instrumental in laying down those guidelines. He is contributing a lot of things at IPC Ghaziabad. Many of the regulations, he is often a very, very busy personality, but let me appreciate that he is a very grounded person. It is a very big thing to become grounded, being a stalwart in many fields. So my sincere thanks to Vikas Medi sir, Dr. Ajay Prakash sir, and of course Dr. Abhishek. I just called him and requested him. He was very kind enough to come here. And all of them are busy, I know, are very dynamic principals, are very encouraging. All the program today is because of his permission. He said it is a very important program, go forward. So everything, every finance was being taken care by principal sir. So my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to you. And our institute has been instrumental in conducting this program to this large extent, in which we have 700 online participants and 200 offline participants. So it is one of the biggest Materiovigilance awareness program which is conducted for an entire day. So I think a lot of efforts have been put into. Thank you participants. Please stay for the entire day with us, because then only the insight will grow deeper. So thank you all for taking out your valuable time, and hereby we will now be taking and proceeding to these sessions. Thank you.
Moving ahead with the workshop, I would like to invite Dr. Monica Jain ma'am for a session on overview of Materiovigilance program of India. Our dearly Dr. Monica ma'am is a senior professor and additional principal academics. She is also a coordinator medical education unit, coordinator medical device monitoring center, and deputy coordinator area monitoring center at our own institute, SMS Medical College, Jaipur. Dr. Monica ma'am is also a coordinator of Rajasthan Medical Journal, and she has published numerous research publications. More importantly, she has contributed to the competency-based medical education curriculum design, creation, and effective implementation at our institute, SMS Medical College. Ma'am, please share. Ma'am, please kindly come on the stage and enlighten us with the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal. So again, hi everybody, and I'm going to take you to the journey of materiovigilance in a very crisp manner, because the detailed deliberation will be in another sessions. So usually I'm very exhaustive in speaking. This may be called as my weakness, but yes, I'll try to control myself and give you the basic ideas about the materiovigilance. Let me enlighten our speakers of today that the audience is mixed. It is not only MD pharmacology students, they are healthcare professional also. There are persons from paramedical institute also, person from nursing also. So we have a mixed group of audience, so I'll keep it very simple and I'll be using a mixed language so everybody grabs on to what I want to say. What is medical device? Yes? Audience? What do you mean by medical device? Quickly. As Mr. Naveen has told us, we have to be interactive to learn. When we interact, we learn more. So what is a medical device? According to you? Nobody? So the interaction is going to start in few minutes. I think you will also take time to gear up, isn't it? So, okay. But there is a medical device, and this medical device is covered under the program that is called as Materiovigilance Program of India. So when we look into the Materiovigilance Program of India, so it is actually a science. Like pharmacovigilance is all about what? The monitoring, assessing, evaluating of the adverse drug reaction produced by the drugs, okay, in therapeutic doses. So in medical devices, we can see it is to identify, assess and manage the adverse events and the risk. So what ultimate goal is to prevent the harm which is being produced by the medical devices we look into. So this preventing harm is also under regulation, that is EU MDR 2017/745, which Dr. Vikas Medi sir will going to touch in details, and of course the FDI regulations also come into the regulation of medical devices. So every program has some goal, some mission, some vision. So let's see what it is. So mission is to benefit, not producing any harm. So mission is to safeguard the health of Indian population. How? By ensuring the benefits of the use of medical device outweighing the risk. Even if you put a cannula, there is some kind of risk, isn't it? Even if you are stenting, there is some kind of risk. Even if you are nebulizing or inhaling, there is some kind of risk. That should be outweighing the benefit. So that is very important. That is the mission. Vision is, we always want that the patient should be protected. So patient safety and welfare of Indian population. How we can do it? By monitoring the medical device. Anything unregulated becomes very tedious, you know. It is bound to produce some kind of adverse events. Here adverse reactions is not used. It is event which may or may not be related to the use of medical device. Now there are certain goals. So who makes the medical devices? Manufacturers, isn't it? So they have to follow certain good manufacturing practices. As Vikas Medi sir has told us that it has to be from the, like we are in drug development process, what is our domain? That we move from preclinical studies to the clinical study. Similarly, we have to have a process of medical device monitoring, which should start from the manufacturing of the devices and their approval. So what is our goal? Wherever there is a procurement of medical device, it is only undertaking after studying the adverse events. You have generated your data. Everything is evidence-based, isn't it? Everything should be evidence-based. So here to make materiovigilance program mandatory will be one of the goal for the medical device manufacturers, because आते कहाँ से है ये? Indian make हो, foreign make हो, आता कहाँ से है? Manufacturers. So they also need to regulate this by reporting the medical device adverse event. And of course, who are the end users who are using it? We are using it for our patient. So the healthcare professionals should also report any adverse events which is coming across, even by the approved devices market. even with the approved devices. Okay, we move forward. So there are certain objectives to reach to our goals. So what are they? You have to track those adverse events, you have to generate the safety data, and you have to create awareness. How? Like we are doing today. We are doing a combined effort in creating an awareness. We have touched upon various audience, from nursing, from paramedical, from MD, from healthcare professionals of this institute. So we are doing this, and of course we recommend the best practices and intervention to improve the patient safety by reducing the likelihood of reoccurrence. Mind you, हम कभी भी नहीं चाहते हैं कि कोई डिवाइस का रिपोर्ट एडवर्स इवेंट नहीं किया हो और फिर वापस एक पेशेंट में हो जाए. So important thing is prevention. Reoccurrence should never occur because of the ignorance of reporting that adverse event by a device. So mark my words, we are here to prevent the reoccurrence. And how we will be able to do? When we generate certain data. So the Materiovigilance program of India are generating data and they are publishing that too. So that is actually making us aware that okay, this urinary bag had a leakage problem, or this cannula has produced this type of effect, adverse event, and so you have to look into which is being made by some kind of manufacturer, so that reoccurrence does not occur. So that is most important, and of course generating the data. Now when we come to the examples, because we ought to know the examples, क्या कभी इस वजह से कुछ डिवाइस को रोका गया? तो yes, the answer is a big yes. So it enables the dangerous device to be withdrawn. I'll give you the examples in the upcoming slide. And of course, we are not here to, criticize any manufacturer. But yes, the manufacturer's sole purpose is great protection, excellent therapeutics, and excellent diagnostic. There should be no flaw in it. So that is to be looked into. So continuous quality improvement is also one of the objectives. So this is an example. FDA recalls heart pumps linked to death and injury. So this was done only because of active monitoring and reporting. So this is an example which tells you that if you report it actively, it is banned or it is called off, it is withdrawn. Another example is that 5 newborn charged to death in phototherapy unit receiving treatment for jaundice. So this was also the headlines, and this effect, you can see the amount of pain that those infants have gone into. So this is the effect of the malfunctioning of the medical devices. So this was again the result of the malfunctioning of the phototherapy unit. Okay, so we all are facing dental problems. Do dental implants also come into medical device? Yes. So you can see there is increase in reporting of the adverse event gradually every year, because we are now conducting sessions. So the adverse events related to dental devices are also running up. Now these are some, everybody likes white teeth, isn't it? So those white teeth carry some false messages also, producing adverse event. So this is again the headline: dangerous home teeth whitening kits sold online. This has produced adverse event. So again, this is an example. Now incubators, there was a short circuit in incubators. So whose fault it is? Should it be reported? Yes. So this is again a result of medical device related adverse event belonging to life-threatening or death. It was ultimate, it was death. Okay. So who are the partners of MVPI? What is MVPI? Thankfully you are answering something. Thank you. So Materiovigilance Program of India. So let's see who are the partners. IPC Ghaziabad is the National Coordination Center for MVPI. Responsibility, of course, is to supervise if any adverse event come. So it is coming very less. So we all should need to include and us as a partners, co-partners of IPC, and report and help them to produce those adverse drug event related newsletters, so that we all are aware about what is produced as an adverse event. Okay, then Shri Chitra Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Kerala, it operates as National Collaborating Center. So this is one of the, again, regulatory body. Then you have CDSCO, that is Central Drug Standard Control Organization, which is a regulator of MVPI. So, and of course we have NHSRC, that is National Health System Resource Center, New Delhi. So these are all regulatory bodies who are doing it. Now let's come quickly to medical device. So as per WHO, please look into this in this important definition. What is there? Anybody can read? Anybody can read it for me?
Instrument, apparatus, implement, machine, appliance, implant, reagent for in vitro use, software, material or other similar or related.
So there is a range of medical device which comes into picture. So please notify this line, this is most important. In vitro diagnostic tests also come here. Okay, so medical devices in vitro, in vivo, they come into, and they are intended by the manufacturers to be used alone or in combination for human being and of course for a specific medical purposes. So surgical dressings, can you believe it? Gloves, they all come into it. Surgical staplers, surgical sutures, ligatures, blood component, collecting bag, with or without anticoagulant, they all are included in medical device. So it may be very surprising to you who have not attended the previous session of Materiovigilance awareness, that all this come into the Materiovigilance adverse event monitoring system. Okay, so in which schedule they are put up into? R1. Okay, so this is the at present provisions related to import, manufacture, distribution, sale of medical devices are covered under Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and Drugs and Cosmetic Rules 1945. So these are the examples of medical devices to monitor. Please look into the PPT. These are cardiac stents, orthopedic implants, intraocular lens. Anybody from ophthalmology? Yes, ophthalmology? Yes. So Manish sir, you can look into intraocular lens, catheters, the pacemakers, drug-eluting stents, heart valves, surgical dressing, dental implants, materials, bone cement, syringes, needles, intravenous cannulas, blood bags, the gloves, the intrauterine devices. They all come under the medical device examples. So, what type of adverse events come across? We'll take the questions afterwards. Okay, so device malfunctions or failure, like example, ventilator that stops delivering breath due to faulty component. This is an example which needs to be reported. Performance issue, for example, usually हम मीठा खाते हैं और फिर कहते हैं हमारी डायबिटीज तो बिल्कुल ठीक है, sugar level is good, but glucometer then gives a false reading. Okay, and we depend upon it. We don't regulate our insulin if it is insulin dependent diabetes mellitus, or we don't regulate our anti-diabetic drugs. So faulty performance issue. Then labeling or instruction errors which are confusing, misleading, that needs to be reported. Using errors due to medical device. For example, insulin pump not able to deliver the said amount of insulin, that also to be reported. Infection or contamination. For example, catheterization. कहते हैं ना कैथेटर लगाया उसके बाद infection हो गया, हो सकता है उसकी sterile नहीं हो उतना, so that is also to be reported. Allergic reaction or sensitization which may develop in allergy to the materials used in the device. For example, rubber gloves. You know, there was a survey which is still going on by IPC that rubber gloves with powder should not be used. It is producing lot of irritations. It has even in the FDA it has called that you should recall these powdered gloves. You should not use it. So I have sent that survey also to all of you. So then there can be device related injuries or death. There can be electrical, mechanical or thermal hazards. That there is risk of burns, use errors that have caused harm. That is a near miss incident caught in time but the potential for serious injuries. Interference with other devices. That is, if you have a connecting device and one device is not working, due to which the working of the other device is also not working then properly, it also to be reported. Then counterfeit or substandard devices, detection of fake, expired, non-compliant products, that has to be reported. So early detection and prevention of reoccurrence is the key of success of material vigilance. So this can lead to improvement in design and the manufacturing process and enhance patient safety by identifying that, addressing the potential risk. So ultimately our goal is कि manufacturers को भी ये पता चले that there is an eye, even if they have produced a regulated and accredited medical device, still it is under surveillance. Eye has been kept, so they will be very particular in following the good manufacturing practices, and they will improve upon. This will be taken in detail, but just for sake of introduction, you have a classification system in which we have a low risk, the moderate risk and the high risk cases, class 1, 2 and 3. And if you further divide it, it is A, B, C, D. What is A here? Low risk. So whenever you're writing low risk, it means thermometers, can you believe it? Tongue depressors, surgical gloves, examination lights, they all come under material vigilance and they are low risk. Then class B, that is low to moderate. That includes hypodermic needles, suction equipments, infusion set. Then class C, which includes bone fixation plates, orthopedic implants, ventilators. Class D, which includes the heart valves, which is high risk, implantable pacemakers, defibrillators, dental implants and blood banks. So they all are classified according to ABCD with low to highest risk. So this should be looked into. Then they get all these medical devices, although beneficial, may carry the potential risk. So there are multiple illustrations where device is either recalled. Recent one was Philips ventilators were recalled because they were producing foam degradation, which was not making the ventilators to function properly. So this is a recent withdrawal of Philips ventilators. Okay, then babies burn dead due to the short circuits in incubators, which I have already told you. And this program, as Mr. Naveen has pointed out, it started way off in 2015, then 2017 it was gear up, and latest, as Vikas Medi sir has told us, that it is being taken care, it has been amended in year 2020. Okay, then there is a site which is called as CDSCO site, and this is having list of categories. Can you see the categories? From anesthesiologist to the software. These are the categories of medical devices. So this is present in the CDSCO site, and inside if you look into in anesthesiology, in anesthesia, you will find lot of medical devices which needs to be reported if there are malfunctioning or adverse event produced by this. So this is just a slide to make you aware such kind of categories exist. How many you can find? 24. So these are various. Now these are the 4 infants died due to incubator short circuit. Now how many centers? Please note, there are actually 174 centers, and R is a recognized center but still in the infancy. So probably after this awareness program, all of us, we are going to put a hand together and report the adverse event and make a difference. So this is a flow chart just showing the important areas where healthcare professional reported to MDMC, Medical Device Monitoring Center, finally going to IPC Ghaziabad with other collaborating regulatory authorities. Okay, so this is the workflow or the flow chart showing how it is being reported, where it is being reported. So this is how, where we have to report, what to report. This will be deliberated in further session. But what to report, I have already given some examples. Any malfunction, dysfunction, this has to be reported. Any serious event has to be reported. Now examples are plenty. I will not take much time because this is my previous presentation, which is a lot of material, so we have already. But let me just highlight, IUD also come here. Even a pregnancy kit come here. For giving false positive result is also very bad. Looking into a rape case. Okay? So that is very, very good. Very, very important to note that such devices also come into material vigilance. Okay, let's see. So this is an example of pregnancy test kit. Okay, so this comes under material vigilance. Okay, let's proceed. Now there are certain things which should not be reused. If they are reused, they have potential risk. What you can find here, surgical syringe or needle, surgical glove, surgical mask, cannula, bandage or wrap. All these are producing the side effects or adverse event, which is already depicted here in the slide. I will not do much of the reading of the slide. Yes, I will be sharing my PPT, and so you will be having into insight. Okay, let's see some of the alerts which have been done by IPC Ghaziabad. Mr. Naveen must be knowing all this. The device names were urinary bags which produce urine leakage. It was reported. Device name was trypan blue dye, that is IOL dye. This has caused vision loss. So people from ophthalmology faculty must be knowing. So this was alert which was being generated. Intraocular lens causes breakage, which again has to be reported. Ophthalmic solution was having contamination with foreign material. These all pictures I have taken from the alerts which are being issued by IPC Ghaziabad. So this is the effect of the, now this was a recent one, that is Indian Rubber Glove Manufacturer, that is IRGMA, has filed official complaints with Drug Controller General of India, stating that the proof that some majority of the importers of medical gloves are violating the safety norms and so mislabeling their products and evading all norms. So they have reported, so even gloves come into medical device. So this was put like this. This was again example from the IPC Ghaziabad in the newsletter. This was being published that the blister formation, blue and hypopigmented patch has occurred by a cannula. Upper part you will see the gloves which has produced adverse effects. So here some of the examples are again blister formation, skin ulcers by intravenous cannulas. So artificial urinary prosthesis was used for good but has produces prosthesis failure and infection. So these are the some examples. Who can report? Everybody sitting in this hall can report. So nursing, clinicians, technical, biomedical engineers, medical device manufacturers, all these persons can report. How to report? It is very easy to remember the number 1800180 and 30 days in a month approximately and 24 hours. So 1800-180-3024. So this is, you have to remember, and this is the helpline number. And you have a reporting form. I'll just show you the picture and will end my presentation because this will be deliberated on a causality assessment part. That is how to report. This is a concrete form where you have to repeat. This is called as medical device adverse event reporting form, which has all the required information which we need to fill. There is a consumer form also available which can be filled by the consumer. So I have just taken a picture. The version is 1.2. जैसे अगर आप फार्माकोविजिलेंस की बात करें तो उसमें वर्जन 1.4 है, इसमें 1.2 है. So here this is a detail of the MD, MC forms where we can report. Although it is an exhaustive form, I'll share you at the end of the workshop in a soft copy how to fill the form. So these are various parts of the forms, okay, and this you need to fill. And of course this is a detail. So now important thing is time frame. कब report करना है? If it is a serious adverse event, it has to be reported within 15 calendar days. If it is non-serious, then within 30 calendar days. So mark my words, this you all have to remember, 15 and 30. Okay. So these are some reporting authorities which are reporting marketing authorization, that is national regulatory bodies, any suspected unexpected effect, other facilities, all have to report within 15 calendar days in serious effects and in non-serious within 30 days. So these are some examples. I will not again talk in detail. Some non-invasive and invasive devices which are mentioned here, reported by surgeon, reported by technologist, reported by doctor, reported by research associate regarding various devices. For example, surgical gloves, dialysis machine, chemotherapy, surgical diathermy, hip implants, all have produced certain adverse events which are reported by different categories of healthcare professional. So this is a slide which is depicting that. So this come under R1. So please report the incidents because it could save a life and it will prevent a harm. Thank you very much for patient listening.
He came out of the room and he was Googling, but moment he come back, he started a chemovigilance program in 2011. Then you can see that there is a series of events occurred. Baby died in an incubator because of short circuit. 24 babies died in Murshidabad. Ultimately, question was raised in the parliament. And 2015, we started with Materiovigilance program of India. So if you look like that, we have a lot of biosimilar compound, and it got off-patented in 2015. So we need to start a biovigilance program of India, nutritional vigilance, harbor vigilance, okay? So there are many programs like that. We have a cosmetic vigilance program also, always cosmetic, okay? But last not the least, antimicrobial resistant program. Yesterday I was drafting a guideline for antimicrobial guideline for veterinary use last night. So it is going to come by September. So this is also interrelated. So we are going to launch another program called veterinary pharmacovigilance. How many of the antibiotic you use as a growth promoter in chicken and other meat producing, and ultimately it affects the human health. So as you can understand that we had a G20 meeting, and what we learned in G20 meeting, we learned one, world health. Product is safe for human, product is safe for animal, product is safe for planet, environment. And that is what we need to promote that. So when you say medical devices, if you look at the regulation 2005 till 2005, we just import all the medical devices. So that means we import 70% of medical devices were imported. And if you look at the market volume, the cost is 50 billion by this year. Then we started with the regulation in 2017, which was implemented in 2018, and there is an amendment in 2020. So I'll talk about the regulation across the world. So when you talk about regulation, you always look at the ICH region. ICH is US, Canada, Europe, and how Japan is doing it. So when you talk about the regulation, we actually said how do you go for the registration of this compound? How you allow for manufacturing? As you know that any product when you use for human use, we actually require in GMP condition. You have to prepare in GMP condition. And for the drug, we always follow the Schedule M, and that has been also revised. How do you import? And how do you classify medical device? As you would see that globally we classified class 1, 2, 3, 4, and India classified as A, B, C. The principle is same. Then how do you sell it? And then it comes to post-marketing surveillance. Then that is what the importance is. Because in medical devices, if you look at how preclinically you look at, how do you give an approval? But it is important that whether that manufacturer has a strength, good quality post-marketing surveillance or quality management system. That is what we look at. So 2017 we started of all the medical devices in vitro diagnostic for the regulation. Then who are the licensing authority? So if you look at the drug, anything comes new, has to come to CDSO headquarters. Any new drug. Okay, but medical devices, if it is referred to A and B, it is referred to state licensing authority who give an approval. And C and D, it is been approved by central licensing authority. Then manufacturing, importer and distributor, everything is regulated. Then you can say that post-marketing surveillance, and most important part is how do you constitute a quality management system? Okay, so any organization, if you say that how strong organization is, if you have an internal quality management system, and if it is strong, you'll consider that that is the most strongest system. So this is how government actually regulate or notify the medical devices, whether it is class 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you start with a disposable needle, cotton gauze is also medical devices. So altogether, you can say that these are the devices are notified. You can ask that is the devices is notified or non-notified. So if you look at the roadmap, 2017 we prepared the regulation. Okay, then if you say that 2017 again we classified the medical devices. 2017 grouping guidelines were done for all in vitro diagnostic, blood grouping, STD, pregnancy test, how you go for a GOPIN, how do you say it is C, how do you say it is D, or how ABCD, you know. So this is how. In 2018, there is a guidance document for performance of evaluation of in vitro diagnostic. So we are gradually updated 2019, 20, ultimately 2020, we have an amendment. So if you look at 2017 onward, we are growing to regulate all the medical devices. So in order to classify for Indian system, you say A, that means it is a low risk. It's in a superficial. You can say cotton gauze or dressing on the skin, it's a low risk. But otherwise you can take an example of thermometer, tongue depressor, or surgical dressing. How about D? D has a low to moderate risk. So you can take an example of hypodermic needle, or you can say the hematology reagent kit, or but moment you go for a C and D, so that means inside the body, moderate to high risk. So you take an example of lung ventilator, bone fixation plate, or you can say high risk. So all the cardiac eluting stent, you know, hip replacement, knee replacement, all, you know, neurosurgery, when the instrument is used for hydrocephalus, then it will come as, you know, robotic surgery, it will come as class D. So you need to understand what is a risk, minimal risk to higher risk. And you know that when a foreign body remain in the body, how body is going to react. So that also need to be generated. Now coming to in vitro diagnostic, it would say, I wanted to use some of the diagnostic kit, okay, including blood grouping, STD. How do you classify? So this is how regulator classified as, you know, A and B, or self, you know, detecting kit. How do you classify? So this is how the classification is done for in vitro diagnostic, you know. Then, as I already said, the regulation in Indian A and B, it has been tackled by state licensing authority. And a B and a C and D, it is by CDSU headquarters, Central Licensing Authority. Please remember that when we talk about any new device or new drug, it has to come to CDSU headquarters. So if you say, how do you define a drug? You say, you know, blood is also a drug. Medical device is also a drug. And COVID, when the COVID came, second wave, we could realize that oxygen is also a drug. Okay, and how do you say new drug? If you say you launch today till 4 years or till it is incorporated in, you know, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, you call it a new drug for any drug. So here, in anything new, it has to come to CDSU headquarters. But in medical devices like fixed dose combination, you have an approved drug, you are making a fixed dose combination. It will come considered as a new drug. So it has to go to the CDSU headquarters. So here also in A and B, you are going to go for the state licensing authority, and C and D, you have to go to, you know, central licensing authority, that is in DCJ office. Now, there are many organizations involved. One of the organizations I also work for them is BIS, Bureau of Indian Standard. So who set the standard, you know? And all this, it is coming from ISO. ISO is International Standard Organization. They set the standard, we adopt that, you know. So in India, you might have seen that when you go to any lab, there is an NABL accreditation. If you go to any hospital, it is NABH. So there is an organization called QCI, Quality Council of India, who set the standard, okay? So accordingly, you can say that there is also standardization of ISO, or you say International Electric, you know, Technical Commission. So these are organizations who set the standard, we adopt that. So here, if you look at it, you know, medical device rule 2017, what it says that how to make an application, get an approval for an in vitro diagnostic. If you have it, so devices is broadly divided as diagnostic and therapeutic. So if you say you wanted to apply for central licensing authority for, you know, any of the rules, so definitely there is a timeline. Earlier timeline was not there. So we released NDCT rule in 2019 March. Okay? And during that time, there's a timeline has been fixed. You know, when you talk about CDSU, like, you know, CT form, there are 27 CT forms. Similarly for medical device also. You make an application as an IND, if you do not get any reply within 30 days, it is presumed that, you got an approval, like US FDA. Similar, you make an application, don't have any reply from US FDA, within 30 days, he'll consider this has been approved. Similarly, in DCGI office also, here also the timeline has been fixed for a 90 days. Now, this is how you make an application. I just wanted to say, Dr. Monica is not there. Every institute, you get an user ID and password. Because DCGI uses Sugam portal. And they'll only give it to one institute. Earlier it was for all manufacturers. I went and changed for academic institute because we don't have a license. Okay? Earlier when you wanted to make an application to Sugam portal, they said that what is your license number? All medical colleges or academic institutes, we don't have a license number. So I went and changed it. So you can be given to only one person, provided your principal or director authorize one person, user ID and password. Any application you want to make, you wanted to do a clinical trial or any wanted to medical device application, so you have to apply through this. So there is certain checklist, what are the data need to be updated with a Sugam portal. Okay, so this checklist is there, like for the drug we have an appendix 11. So similarly, you make a checklist, you upload the data, and within certain period, you are going to give it. And there is a classified form, I'll talk about detail. So this is how you make a regulatory approval for all class of drug devices. If you wanted to apply for A, B, C, D, what are the document is required, and accordingly you can prepare, you can apply to the regulatory authority. So these are the form. So this become very clear, as I say, for clinical trial. You have a CT1 for an ethics committee, for example, it's very clear. So there are 27 forms. So here also particular form is there. What kind of application is there for medical devices? You can just make an application and submit it. So these are the form with a different category, so you can make an application. Let's look at how other countries are doing for medical devices. So if you look at the global harmonization structure, like you always say that any trial you do, we look at ICH guideline, global guideline. Even if you go for a preclinical, I'll talk about that, we look at the OECD principle. So anything you do, are you doing at par with the Indian standard and at par with the global standard? So this is what ICH country, they follow all these standards for the medical devices. ICH, when you refer it to US, Canada, Europe, and Japan, because they have a very stringent regulatory authority. Even if you say that, when you talk to US FDA guidance, say that they look at the EMA, all these 27 and 28 states, how they regulate. So this is how. So when you say US FDA, they form an CDRH, that is Device and Radiological Health. And they set the standard for all the devices which is making application to US FDA. And US FDA headquarters is in Maryland. So if you can go there, there's a huge structure. So even simple, if you say kinetic, so 10 years back they had 80 people to evaluate. Okay, so this is how they critically evaluate. So basic requirement, the regulation of the US, they actually establish the registration of medical devices. As you say, regulation will start from registration, distribution, sale, everything, and how quality management system is going to work. Moment you make an application with the devices, did you have a quality management system? How strongly? Because you know that when you launch a drug, what you do is, you constitute a marketing authorized holder. Why marketing authorized holder? Because they'll collect all the data and they'll ultimately submit to the regulatory authority. How safe it is? It's a dynamic process. So all these permission notification they have done with CFR, and as you can say that they have a quality system regulation with CFR part 820. Okay, and there's also labeling requirement. And here also in DCGI office, labeling is approved by SAC committee. They deliberate because you cannot claim exaggerated. Whatever data you have, based on data, you are going to claim it. All medical device reporting form, 21 CFR or part 805. So this is how US they regulate. Then you can say that how they classify, class 1, class 2, class 3, and there are also class 3 A and B. And these all depending on the risks. More the risks is there. So definitely if you go for a 3 and 4, there is a more risks. Okay, so accordingly you have also risk management plan. Any product, if there is a risk, you know how to monitor the risks. Okay, so this is how they look at the risks is also there, and there is a vigilance system for the reporting. Each and every product, it will be continuously monitored, and they will take a regulatory decision when there is a requirement is there. So now coming to the Europe, as I say, many times US FDA also look at Europe. They find it better because I've been working with them, and they always look at the European guideline. Regulation in all 27 and 28 states. So EMA responsible for evaluating quality, safety, and efficacy of marketing for authorization of all the products across the Europe. So this is how EMA started, the European Medical Agency. So if you look at that, they have a provision for, in vitro diagnostic, or you can say diagnostic and therapeutic. So all the medical devices, if you can say that, ancillary medical substances or the borderline product, so everything it is monitored by, EMA. So here if you look at that, they issue some of the regulation. One of the directive 90385, which concern with active implantation medical devices, then directive, it was a 9342 ECC. So these are the regulation is in place in the European Union also. So they also classify that 1, 2, 3, 4, and there also you can say that 2A, syringes, teeth implant, 2B, you can say that, a blood bag or condom. So this is also sub-classification of A and B is there, and obviously when it will be remain in the body, it will be classified as class 4. And accordingly, risk is also high once it is remain in the body, and that's how you do that. So European Union, they have a pharmacovigilance system, including medical device system. Each and every part they require and they maintain it. Now, how about Japan? As I said, that Japan is a stringent regulatory authority. So they have a PMDA. So they follow ISO 14971, which is an international standard organization. So in India, how we do it? We take it from ISO, any global regulation comes, and it will be discussed in BIS, and definitely it will be adopted by a regulatory authority. So this is a marketing authorized holder they appointed. So they also classify it as 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is how risk is there. But there is a system that how they review the safety. Here in our system, we have SAC who look at all the report. Like in PBPA or MBPA also, we have a partnership meeting. Whenever we get the report, we call the reporter, we also call the expert, and we also call the manufacturer, because we have a transparency. Okay, so I'll give you some of the example how we discuss with the manufacturer, with the reporter also. And here the review system is there in Japan, PMDA, and they started with pharmaceutical medical device agency. And all the regulation, if you look at that, it starts from 2007. Obviously, US they started in 60s. I'll talk about when you discuss about clinical trial. Now here you will see that, how they classify, how they review, how they have a detailed deliberation, all this report, and ultimately they take a regulatory decision. So this is how authorities of MD regulation in Japan. So now come to India. Okay, so India, if you say that how we regulated, we are regulated by Drug and Cosmetic Act, 1940 and 1945. 1940 means before the independence, and 45 rule is before the independence. So you can read the story that when there is a World War I and II, all these British troops, Indian army under British troops, they were in Manipur area. So if you go to Dibrugarh, somebody just introduced, she's from Dibrugarh, Dibrugarh Medical College was started as a very white medical school. If you look at that website, original school is very white medical school. And if you look at that, during that time, American surgeons, they were posted there. So if somebody is from Opskyny, you can see that green Armitage forceps, it was used there, still there. So during that time, before Japan came, there were a lot of British, Indian army under British troops, they died. Okay? Without any bullet and war injury. And later they saw that they were actually facing problem with the malaria. Okay? And during that time, one of the UK company, they were supplying quinine. And they could realize after giving quinine also they were not surviving. The first time the realization of quality of medicine, it came. people doubted that after giving quinine, they would not survive it. But since it is a UK company, they said, we follow British Pharmacopoeia. Okay? And it is at par with the global quality. They never accepted it. So some of these people, they filed a PL in Bombay High Court before independence. And the Bombay High Court constituted a committee called Hati Committee. And this Hati Committee recommend India should have a regulation. India should have a regulation, central regulation and a state regulator. And that's how we have a DCGI office. And every state we have a state regulator, UT have a drug controller office. And we regulate all the manufacturing unit, distribution, retail outlet. And that's how we have a Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940 and the rule 1945. So after Hati Committee, we have a Chopra Committee. Chopra is Dr. R.N. Chopra, who is the father of Indian pharmacology. We're going to have celebration on 17th of August, his birthday. And there is a Muscle Car Committee. And why the Muscle Car Committee is there? Because they wanted to have an autonomy to the regulator. He was the Director General of CSL. Later, 2011, Supreme Court constituted two committees, Ranjit Roy Chaudhary Committee for Clinical Trial or for Fixed Dose Combination, Dr. Kokate Committee. I also served in these two committees. And that's a chronology of regulation. But that the devices regulation came in 2017. We prepared. And it implemented from 2018. So if you look at that, how you import, as a physician, you can import a drug. As a physician, you can import a drug. I said you have a Sugam portal, you have a patient, and you don't have a medicine here, but there is a medicine outside, you can import the medicine. For clinical trial also import, and for this also you can import. Now DTAB say that hospital can directly import the medical device. But you need to know that how to check the quality for medical devices. Then you can say manufacture, how to manufacture. So if you say any clinical use, you have to prepare in GMP condition. Okay? Manufacturing, it has to be in GMP condition. Even if you prepare a placebo for a clinical trial, it has to be prepared in GMP condition. So this all regulation, how you distribute the drug, how you go for a retail outlet, and all the regulation is there. So this is how medical device rule started. Substances used for diagnostic surgical dressing. So as you can broadly divide into diagnostic and therapeutic, okay? And substances including the contraceptive, condom, and you can say device notification, as you can say class, Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940 and 1945. So it is classified. So here if you look at that, some of the devices we have already notified. And it's a dynamic process. So anybody who come for a trial, then you say, did you get a DCGI approval? If it is C and D, or if it is A and B state licensing authority, then you can ask the question is it notified? So this is how we look at. So all definition, if you look at that for diagnostic, prevention, monitoring, treatment of elevation of disease, diagnostic, monitoring, treatment, intervention, or supporting the sustaining life, like you can take an example of ventilator. So this is how control of contraception, these are all come as a devices. So you can see that how we classified A, B, C, D, okay? How you go for the import. So in case of the import, whom you are going to approach? It is central licensing authority. As I said, as a physician, you can directly import. You can get an import license, okay? How do you go for a manufacturer? A and B, it is done by state licensing authority. And C and D is by central licensing authority. And how do you get a permission? Obviously, permission has to be taken from central licensing authority. So in central licensing authority, we have a SEC subject expert committee. Moment you make an application, they have to deliberate all the application and followed by it is approved. Then it goes to technical committee. Then it goes to apex committee. Then this is a given approval. So this is how notification it is done. But here if you see that for drug, you prepare a drug master file. So for medical devices, you make a device master file and all details will be there. As I said, for drug, you have an appendix, you want to make an application for a phase T. What are the documents required? pharmaceutical information, preclinical data, any case report, case series, if it is not clinical data is available. So you summarize everything, and if any country it is used, then you say, what about PMS data, if you have. So you make an application that I wanted to get an approval for a clinical trial. I wanted to get an approval for waiver of the clinical trial and go for a marketing and go for a phase 4 study. And this is how all depending on, drug master file. So here if you see essential principle of safety and performance. When you go to regulator, what they see, any product, whether it is drug or medical device, first question we ask, is it safe? Okay? And second question is efficacy. And when you talk about efficacy, you always compare with the standard treatment. You go for a new treatment and definitely you are going to ask that, is it better than existing treatment? And many times people say, it is better than existing treatment. It's a new drug. People think, or new device, it is much better. But you always say that when you plan for a clinical trial, how do you say? You cannot devoid of standard therapy, whatever it is going on. So when you go for a new device or new thing, you always make it an add-on therapy or add-on. And then you say, is it better than existing one? Then you can get the approval. So all this, you can say standard medical device, we follow it. All the quality standard. Then we have a system for recall. Many times you have to be very careful, is it recall? One of the example, Europe, there are a lot of watchdog. And here, some of the surgical suture without informing government of India, it was returned because there is a lot of recurrence. And that is why it is very important to look at, how device is performing. And it is a continuous monitoring is there. Because why? If anything goes wrong, you can just immediately inform. And it is a question of prevention. So you identify batch number, take out the whole batch from the market so that subsequent damage can be prevented. Then risk analysis and so definitely you have to see. I'll give an example. Recently one case came with a glucometer. There 8 case was reported with hypoglycemia. And glucometer is showing hyperglycemia. Okay, so as we said that we have a transparency, we call the manufacturer, and they say that that patient did not change the sensor, need to be changed within couple of days. And because it was not changed the sensor, so it is giving a wrong result. Nobody knows that because we look at the glucometer, obviously you read the manual. And that is why it is very important that is there any risks? You need to know that how to prevent the risks. Okay, so this is how we look at it. So, regulator, they give certain time till 2020 to 2021 registration. Okay, and then they put it mandatory. Initially it was a voluntary. Today if you say that pharmacovigilance, materiovigilance, it's voluntary. It's voluntary. Nobody can say that somebody is not reporting. You can only request. But if you go to Europe, Netherlands, if somebody, a doctor, is not reported and they came to know and they'll start a legal action against the medical person. So over a period of time, we have to also go for an indirect mandatory. We did it like we got an approval from staff council. Moment the patient get admitted, there's a form is enclosed, pharmacovigilance form, materiovigilance form. So it becomes the duty for healthcare personnel. Moment the patient discharged, so they have to fill the form. So this is the indirect kind of, though it is voluntary. So this is how C and B also, it was given voluntary registration, then they become mandatory one, and then they can apply for a licensing. So that was initial one. So when you prepare the dossier for post-marketing surveillance or vigilance reporting procedure, all the manufacturer, it's a responsibility, they have to report also. And there are many manufacturers, they report also to the IPC. So all the data collected by manufacturers, they have to, because it is very, very important that tomorrow if there is a question with that product, they'll have to say they compile with all PMS data, how safe it is. Okay, you critically look at that, is there any problem with the product, or is there so devices, when you have any problem, they say, is there any error, or then they can put the blame to the professional also, that you don't know how to use it. You are not skilled, and that is why there is a problem. Recently, there is a clip, you put it in renal artery when you go for a nephrectomy. first clip it failed, second clip it failed. And they said it is not a problem with clip. Maybe the person who is using is not skilled. Okay, so this is how all information of incidents of summary, you have to detail deliberation and ultimately you take a decision. So these are advisory notices used and the customer complaint also there. Many, patient they complain. Recently one complaint come with colostomy bag and they say that it is foul smelling. That means it is not fixing up to the abdomen. But you can also put the question is, manufacturer might give that you use for 15 days. If you go beyond that, maybe they'll not take the responsibility. Okay? But it is important to create an awareness about, because many of the chronic patients, they know much better. They read each and every point. They come up with the idea also. So this is how, analysis of data is very important. You take a feedback and all the product in a market. So if you continuously monitor, so definitely it is going to help us to look at the safety and all. So we have a system of kappa. So if you go to any lab or any organization, you can ask, do you have a system of kappa? Okay, and that need to be implemented. Kappa is corrective and preventive action. Something might go wrong, but you have a system to correct it or prevent it. And that is also there in the regulation, that how you go for a kappa with advisory notice, all these devices. So this is how. Now we wanted to implement a medical device system. So this is a say that it is, though voluntary, you must practice it. All manufacturers, all the physicians, all the healthcare professional, also OT technician, biomedical engineer, because many of the things we do not understand, they are only being cleared when you talk to biomedical engineers. So now it has been implemented by DCJ office. So if you look at the challenge, we have a lot of challenges. I said there are a lot of gray area you need to understand. And when you look at all the cases, so maybe we are going to create a regulatory database of all the cases so that we can understand. So lack of alignment with the globally and multiple complex. So definitely when you get any alarm, you're going to ask that, is there any ICH country similar product, have the same problem? You always ask, how about India? Okay, so this is how we look at, and all these standards, what I say that international standard, ISO 14971, then based on BIS, they're going to set the standard, and this is how we fall. So we started in 2015, as I said, the PVPA started in 2010, 15 July, followed by Hemovigilance, then Materiovigilance. So it is a similarly alike. We are going to connect, like we are connected to all the medical colleges and major nursing home, and all this if you see the quality. When you collect the report, how about quality? Because ultimately you're going to take the decision based on the data. Okay, so you can say that how you look at signal, training is very important because this is a new idea. You have to need the training. So this is how we look at. Now let's look at, how do you look at the preclinical data of medical device? I wanted to keep this topic for, MD student and those who are clinician also. How do you look at, like, as a doctor, when you prescribe the medicine, how many clinicians are here? As a doctor, when you prescribe the medicine, we prescribe for 10 days. What do you require to give the medicine for 10 days? You require the acute toxicity data. If you go beyond 30 days, you are going to do repeated dose toxicity study. 14 days, 28 days, 60 days, 90 days, 1 year. What you wanted to say, if you repeatedly use the drug, 10% of the lifespan, how the product is going to behave. But if you use the drug or any product more than 6 months, you require a long-term toxicity data. You have to give it for 2 years. Most of the devices remain there for years together. How you're going to evaluate the preclinical data to extrapolate for clinic. And there's the issue of safety pharmacology. If you put any product, how about cardiovascular system, respiratory system, CNS, reproductive, everything you have to look at. So this is how good laboratory practice is there. So as you see that when you do preclinical study, you are going to follow the OECD. OECD is like clinical study, we go for ICH, International Council of Harmonization. we have an Indian GCP. But for preclinical, we have an Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. And I can proudly say we are the chairman of OECD. Like G20, you are the president. So before COVID, I was there in Japan. So India got vice chairmanship. And now for next 2 years, we are the chairman. So we have many of the lab, and our competitor, maybe China, do not have a OECD lab. So this is how we can go ahead. Good laboratory practice when you do preclinical study in rodent or in higher animal. And for medical device also similar is applied. As I say, some of the lab, they started doing testing for medical devices. So here we apply the GLP for medical devices. How do you look at? So I'll go on, like if you say how this concept came. So there are a lab in Chicago area, and somebody complained to USFDA and EPA that they were doing falsification in 70s. Then they started investigating. EP is Environmental Protection Agency and FDA. They have started jointly investigating, and they could find that all the study data is falsified. So that means you cannot recommend for a clinical use. You cannot recommend for clinical use. And ultimately in 70s, 29 countries, they come and form OECD principle. Second idea is that World War I and II, there a lot of business was disrupted. France wanted to take a lead, and they fall OECD. That means if I do a study under OECD, I can go to US, FDA, I can go to EMA, I can go to Japan, I can go to Australia. Nobody is going to ask to repeat the study. Okay, so that is a benefit. So we have right now 59 labs under OECD. So if you look at that, you wanted to do a medical device study. How do you go for it? You go for validation studies. Okay, so in the validation study, sterilization, validation, all the study you are going to do it, biocompatibility. Anything you put, is it reacted to a tissue, human tissue? Okay, is it going to absorb? And if it is absorbed, is there any systemic problem is there? Then you go for an exploratory study and chemical characterization. All this study is combined in the preclinical area. So you can say we do under GLP, OECD GLP. So when you take a product, you say any product of devices, description of devices. Then you say medical device manufacturer synthesis, fine device of intense modeling, then you say type of devices, then lot number, everything. So when you talk about quality of the product, you always say, is there any license number? Is there any batch number? Is there any expiry date? Okay, so that's how you look at it, quality. So if it is not quality good, you call it NSQ, or you call it counterfeit, or you call it spurious. So this is how. So when you put under GLP condition, there's a strong team called quality assurance team in the lab, who look at a study-based, process-based, and facility-based inspection. So they verify all the data. So this is how medical devices apply. So type of testing, I'll talk about detail, battery of tests we do depending on devices, then taste of article of the product, and the person who is doing it, they are trained. So if you go to any GLP lab, there's testing for medical device, they'll be getting an appointment letter that you are Dr. So-and-so, you're going to do a study with a study personnel. And if it is a multi-site study, they'll appoint a PI. Okay, so training is very important. So they call it study director and SD. So as I see, quality assurance team is very, very strong. They will look at, verify all the data, whatever you have done, and internal audit and external audit has been done. All the document is verified. So we call it raw data. So when you go to any facilities, you have done a study, you look at the raw data, you're going to ask that, can I reconstruct the whole study looking at the raw data? Okay, and the test studies and the devices. So all confirmation or exploration, it is applied. So you have to plan it, all the study and development, and plan for the article. So if you take an example of artificial vessels, how do you look at that? You have a specification, all material, what material, you have an accessory, sterilization, all the stability, everything you're going to go for it. Okay, so these are, you are looking for it, that all the equipment must be used. So if you say you use an equipment, many of this lab, they have 100 of equipment. So it has to be a specific equipment you are going to use it and plan for involvement of the study and the regulation for device of all. So exactly, you are depending on GLP study. If you say, I have done the study, you can come and have a look. And this is how we have a confidence. And based on this data, you are going to recommend for, for a clinical use. So this is how you apply the GLP for preclinical. So we have a NGCMA, National GLP Monitoring Authority. As I say, we have 59 labs. Some of the labs, they started testing the medical devices. So they can make an application, they can go for an accreditation. Now there is a regulation, as I said, that 2017 and 2020, we have a regulation as the class. So you can see that number of tests you require to do initially before you go to clinics. Is it cytotoxic? How about sensitization? Can it be allergic? Then can it cause irritation? Then you prove say pyrogenicity. Then you have a systemic toxicity. Any product when you use locally also. Suppose you have intraocular lens. Okay? You are going to look at that. Is there any systemic toxicity? Is there something material is going to release? For example, hip replacement. There's a heavy metal release. Then you have to check that is it released in systemic area? Is it going to impact? Any product which is remain in the body, you are going to answer it, genotoxicity. Can it cause mutagenicity? Can it cause carcinogenicity? And you could say hemocompatibility. All series of tests, cytotoxicity, sensitization, irritation, pyrogenicity, systemic toxicity, genotoxicity, everything you go for it. So if you take an example of some of these, intraocular lens, hemodialyzer, everything, even the gloves also. So if you use any of the superficial, you say that this is going to irritate. So you have a skin sensitivity testing. That we do it in guinea pig because they are 100 times more sensitive to histamine. So you have a specific animal for testing under OECD guideline. So this is how all the tests has been done, and according to class 1, class 2, class 4. So this is how regulation is implemented, and we also tell you with a global regulation. So this is how all the tests, cytotoxicity, genotoxicity, sensitization, irritation, pyrogenicity, implantation, chemocompatibility, all data need to be generated before you go for a clinics or clinical use. So if you go to lab, then you say, what is the SOP you follow for a particular medical device? So if you can see that, depending on duration of use, if you are going to use for, 24 hours, if you are going to use for more than 24 hours, 30 days, more than 30 days, accordingly all the tests we have to generate, bacteria test. Then only regulator will give an approval. So this is how all the lab, as I said, there are labs who develop an expertise, and these are surgical medical device intake scheme. If we use in mucosa, how you are going to do it, or if you're going to do and compromise surfaces, how you are going to generate all this data. So this is how you do it as per regulation. So then, NGCMA will give a certificate for doing that. So this is what government regulation for GLP for medical devices in Indian scenario. As I said, it is in preliminary. Very few labs, they're doing it, okay? So this is how, so if you say, I wanted to use a device for cardiovascular, ideal animal will be pigs, or we have started a mini pig, okay? So this is how. Now question here is, how you go for a clinical evaluation, okay? So as I said, it's not conventional. You do phase 1 study, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 study for medical devices. So I'm going to discuss about, clinical trial, how do you do it in the devices, how you compare to the drug trial, what are some of the ethical considerations, and how do you maintain the ISO guideline, ethical issue, new challenges, all we are going to discuss. So if you look at the conventional, you need to know that we only allow to do phase 1 clinical trial if the product is discovered in India. Otherwise, we don't allow it in India. So they have to do it outside, then only they can come back to India. Okay? So subsequently, they can make an application of phase 1 and phase 2. So this is how we do phase 1, phase 2. And we have also microdosing studies. Recently, we have created a human model after the COVID. Because COVID, we could develop a vaccine in 8 months. So we wanted to accelerate the process. We created a human model. So you can look at the guideline also. It is in ICMR Bioethics Unit. You can read it. Now compare with the clinical trial for medical devices and conventional medicine. So in clinical trial, what you do a pilot study, very small number. Then you go for a pivotal study and you go for a large one PMS studies. But in conventionally, you go for a phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1 is preferably healthy volunteers, but in case of a cancer therapy, it might be a patient. Then you go for a larger patient in phase 2 and phase 3, and phase 2A and phase 2B also there. Homogeneous and heterogeneous population. Ultimately, you go for a phase 4 study. So this is how difference is that in medical device, you go for a pilot, pivotal, and PMS studies. So here, if you look at the pilot study, what you do is very small number. And it all depends supporting document from the preclinical studies. Then you go for a large number pivotal studies, to generate the data. Is it effective? So because in the early study, pilot study, you're going to look at the safety aspect, then efficacy, then you go for a PMS with a comorbid. So that means you have the mechanism when you plan for a clinical trial, all data safety monitoring, because there could be high risks. Who is going to independently look at the data? It's a data safety monitoring or clinical endpoint screening committee. There are a lot of monitoring mechanism in place in clinical trial. So here you see that you make an application for a clinical investigation for CDSU. What form you're going to apply? MD, medical device 22 form, by sponsor. So once you make an application, as I said, that there's a stipulated time period, you get an approval. If you do not get any reply, it will be presumed that you already got an approval. So this is how you can look at that medical device trial. You say, is it internal or is it external? Second question you are going to put it, is it notified or is it not notified? And what are the requirements as a new product? So when you go for a permission, do not get confused. You have to go to CDL, Central Licensing Authority, who give an approval. So this is how you can look at that, should comply with the guideline and regulation. So when you make an application, you say, I'm going to follow the GCP, I'm going to follow the MD regulation 2017 or amendment 2020, all the procedure and detail for the safety aspect, how you're going to monitor the subject. And all the devices, the cost or reduced cost, all SC, how you're going to monitor. You know that when you talk to US FDA guy for any clinical evaluation, if they do not have a time, when you give the protocol, they call it protocol and science. They go each and every line of the protocol. But if they do not have a time, they'll say, if there is an event take place or serious adverse event, how you're going to manage. That part they look at immediately. So this is how you have to look at, and you have a post-trial access with NDCT rule, and all the duration to follow up. And many times you write in a protocol that I am going to use, then you go for a telephonic follow-up. Okay? Is it physical? Nowadays there is a concept of decentralized clinical trial also. Here the problem is, anything goes wrong, they'll say that it is your fault. You don't know how to use the instrument, how to use the devices. Okay? But you have to see that, is there any user error or is there any malfunction? And that is why we take input from manufacturer, input from those people who's user. They are an experienced person. Okay? This is what you have to say that, is it malfunction or is it user error? Okay? So this is how we look at it. But here if you look at the ethical concern, what are the ethical concern? If you say, we follow ICMR guideline, we follow 12 principles. People might come and tell you that this is new device, you can use it, but you say that, is it better than existing treatment or existing device you are using? And that's how all exposure, minor pain, discomfort, everything, some of this active adverse effect, how you're going to manage. So this is how you look at that. Basically you have to see that, is it tolerable? How long it is tolerable, and at the same time efficacy. So you look at all patient rights, safety, conflict of interest, everything, ethics, you are going to do it, and Sometimes the issue comes with the recruitment. Many of the patients, they are the chronic patient, and when you say to treating doctors, if they say that why did you come for a clinical trial for a medical device, they'll definitely say yes. But here is coming is a compensation. We have a compensation formula. If anything goes wrong, in case of a SA, we very clearly say death, or if it is an OPD, it is hospitalized, or there is a increased duration of hospitalization or significant medical disability, teratogenicity. You're going to give a compensation. Or in case of injury, all safety well-being, it has been done. So we follow international standard that we refer to ISO 14155 2011. So definitely you are going to protect the right safety well-being of the participant. So everything is, you have to do. And that is why you are trained in GCP. So all ethical consideration. Can you go for a blinding? We say double-blind randomized control trial. So you have a device, can you go for a blinding? How about the design is there? How are you going to recruit? How are you going to take an informed consent? So as you know that when you give an informed consent, you talk about detail about particular product, about their safety and efficacy, then you're going to take a consent. So then data protection, institution review board. So there are a lot of issues with the devices that need to be addressed. Then if you say, some of the question it is asked, a healthy volunteer, you wanted to use the devices. Equity of resources, patient right, patient safety, confidentiality, ethics of privatization, conflict of interest, dealing with opposite, informed consent. So there are a lot of questions, and nowadays people come with Google, they'll ask me all the Google questions. So this is how challenges it comes, because you know that person who is doing is a physician and they become an investigator. Okay, so there is a new challenges that come, use of software for the trial. Use of software. Like you say that all clinical trial, most of the clinical trial, we use a software for CRF. So if you use the CRF, then you ask that, is it regulatory approved, regulatory compliance? If you change the data, there is a data log point, or there is a complete data log point. So any software you are going to ask this or the question, the validation. So emerging clinical trial, under what circumstances RCT can be terminated because continuation would be unethical. Okay? Must subject the informed emerging indication for superiority of one of the therapy. So these are several in case of an adverse event. So you always look at the value, validity, or you can say fair selection of the subject. All this ethical principle you are going to follow it. Now, you might be thinking that is there any clinical trial is going on? You just look at the CTRI. There are several clinical trials going on you just look at the CTRI, all the medical devices. So these are some of the examples how people are doing the medical devices, public title. So you can look at that. So that means there is a high value. People are looking at medical device. You are looking at clinical data and which can be implemented through regulatory approval. So dual problem is you are a physician and you become an investigator. How do you randomize? How do you go for a blinding? So these need to be addressed. So that means if you are using, as I say that when you do clinical trial, you are GCP certified. And if there is a new technology, you go for a training, then only it will be allowed to do the clinical trial. So this is what individual care should be there, advanced medical knowledge, then routine care. So definitely all this need to be taken out. And in case of a randomization blinded, so how ethically it will be permitted, ethical use for preliminary data. So this is how we go for it. So if there is any question, I'll be happy to answer till now. Any questions you have?
Sir, regarding the preclinical data,
Yeah.
I just want to know because we are not in that group where we are conducting preclinical data, sir. So my question to you is, sir, suppose a medical device comes into the picture, a manufacturer produce it, and you said that it undergoes preclinical data followed by a clinical evidence that it is working well.
Yeah.
So as compared to clinical trials for drug, you said there are only 3 types of studies which we can do. Initial, then pivotal and all.
Pilot, pivotal and PMS.
So have you any experience at your institute? Because we are having none. As per today's scenario, we are having no studies of this kind planned here. because I'm a part of ethical committee member also.
Yeah,
So the same ethical committee is going to monitor all those adverse events.
definitely.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So can you share some experience?
But one thing is that if the ethical member, they do not have any experience with devices, you can call the invited expert.
Okay, so that is a well taken. We
okay.
can also call them online, no?
So it should be under approved list of medical device expert. You can call them, 2 experts, they'll deliberate based on that you are going to do.
So we also wanted to know that if we want to get ourselves more trained
Yeah.
and become an expert in this, so where is the opportunity, sir? Is it there at PGI Chandigarh where a training session can?
We'll do.
We'll do.
We'll do.
Thank you, sir. A big round of applause for sir. I think it was a very enlightening session. So many new things have come up, especially MD23, which is updated nowadays. So that was a very important learning session, I think. Thank you very much, sir. Can we proceed for the next?
I'll take care.
Yes. Yeah, any questions, please?
So we spoke of adverse effects of the instruments that we use,
Yeah.
but sometimes it's just that the quality is very poor. So like the glove that we take out of the box, it's
Yeah.
either punctured or it breaks off while we're wearing it. So does that not
This
come
is
into the
included.
picture?
Recently, there are 80 reports came with the gloves. And somebody commented it's a minor one. Then I said minor can lead to major one. You're doing a surgery, your gloves is tear up. So there could be serious infection. So anything come across, you call it an adverse event, you are going to report.
Even
Then we
if it's
can,
with, dealing with the quality of the
yes, anything quality. So lab quality also, like you say, what is the reference standard they use in the lab? So if it is not appropriate, definitely you have alteration of lab parameters. So that you have to report.
So another question was that you spoke of the pregnancy tests, that if false positive comes out, if false negative comes out, that means it is something that to be reported.
Yes,
But
it is
then
to be
how
reported.
does it differentiate from having just simply a difference in sensitivity and specificity of the...
No, that actually when they apply to the regulator, they supply the data, sensitivity and specificity. Based on that only they get an approval. But as I say, it is a dynamic process. If it is not working out, so definitely they can recall.
So based on all the data that is...
An important thing is that suppose a device is not working well in terms of diagnostic, you have to also look into the data. Same kind of data has been generated some other place also. Like Dr. Jaipur sir has said that we also need to look into whether there is some data of such kind produced by that manufacturer having
Like we have many centers across India. So when we get that report, basically we wanted to see that is there any signal based on the data. So if there is enough signal, then definitely we are going to recommend to the regulator take the regulatory action.
Okay,
So if it is not enough, we might say that it should be intensified. There is an SMS alert. If you come across, please report. So that next time you can take a decision.
So
That's
even
how
if you are facing such issue, you need to report to us. We are going the same to IPC Ghaziabad for further analysis. So all over pan India they are going to collect the reports and then they will put the regulatory remark.
Okay. Yeah, please.
So I want to ask, how do you generate data of material vigilance from the PHC?
Actually, we have a plan that right now we are connecting to all tertiary care centers. Ideally, it should come from a primary health center, secondary, tertiary, everything should be combined. And that is what we are trying. Yeah. Any other questions?
So, good morning.
They can report to us because वही सबसे important बात है, awareness ही नहीं है. Tertiary care में हमका report
No, she had already said toll-free number, na? So even primary health center, they can call the toll-free number. So IPC will take the data.
The main thing is
Dr.
that
Sumit, second year resident, MD Pharmacology. So my question is that there is certain device like cardiac shunt or something that is like cardiac shunt being proposed within 2-3 days and patient coming back to the hospital. And if someone is very concerned about their family or the patient, they want to know about the quality of the stunt, like hospital obviously not going to tell them it is good or bad, neither the company. So is there any place that where we can see like it is actually authenticated or not, or the implant my patient is going to get is good or not, like from where we should
Actually, if you look at the regulation, it starts from ISO, BIS. Regulators said that if there is not existing any standard, then manufacturers set a standard, they submit to the regulator, and then it is accepted. But as the more data on, so definitely it will be responsibility of the regulator with the help of IPC.
Do you include Holter monitoring also?
Everything, all the instrument, ABCD,
Okay.
all the instrument. So I'll just quickly go, Shukla he couldn't come. I'll just brief, though it is overlapping, Materiovigilance Program of India. So I just say that, what are the services IPC done? When principal was also asking what is IPC. So IPC is Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. Basically, they set the reference standard for the drug. And you have a national formulary also, which we carry for physician, for a standard treatment or how you're going to make a management. So we have an IP, Indian Pharmacopoeia standards, okay? Other than that, they have been given responsibility as Pharmacovigilance Program of India, then Materiovigilance Program of India, and Hemovigilance is looking after by NIB, National Institute of Biologics. So this is how you look at all the reference standard and national formulary and Pharmacovigilance and Materiovigilance Program. So this is how we look at. We started Pharmacovigilance Program of India 2010 and 2015 Materiovigilance Program of India. So that's how they are coordinated. So initially, Pharmacovigilance also given to All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Then 2011, it was shifted. And similarly, when Materiovigilance started, it was by CICITRA, and then it was shifted to IPC. So here, if you look at that, what is the principle when you do any vigilance system? Detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention. So if you look at that, all the vigilance system, our idea, can we prevent it? Can you minimize it? And that's how we do it. So if you look at it, all of us are responsibility. So when we started the program also, we said only doctor will report, only pharmacists will report, only nurses will report. Then 2014, we had a meeting in Kerala, Calicut. Then we said that anybody can report. But only thing that any consumer who report, nearby ADR monitoring center or Materiovigilance center will verify. So this is how the story goes on, that if you have a picture, that question was raised in the parliament when the series of incidents took place, and ultimately government released in the February 2010, and these are the pictures with the Materiovigilance program was launched. So basically, if you look at the drug and device, we have already discussed. There could be drug-eluting devices, okay? And all these devices, when you say, what are the class of devices? Obviously, you look at safety, efficacy, you do all clinical trial, GMP condition. So this is how all biocompatibility, what I discuss is series of tests is done in order to say, is it safe for human? How safe it is, how long we can use it. Now, second point is, if you look at that, all medical device, instrument, apparatus, machine, appliance, implant, reagent, in vitro use, software product, material, So you can go to a lab, we just ask a simple question. Just go to any lab, biochemistry lab or pathology lab, what reference standard do you use? Okay? So if you go to an analytical one, we follow some of these OECD guidelines, like 17 and 24. You can ask the question, did you validate? How did you validate? There's an internal standard. Because if you do not do it, whatever you are going to do, it's a wrong result. So you might have said that if you go to any lab, you say you are doing extremely well, they'll say. But simply you ask, do you have a reference lab? We have a NTTL, National Drug Testing Lab. And where is the reference lab? It's in Germany, Cologne, in Doha. So every lab, when you say it is performing well, then you have a reference lab. So that means that 10% of the sample should be re-verified in the reference lab. Even if you say you go to pathology, you have a slide, you have a blog, and there is an SOP how to prepare a good slide. And all the slide is peer reviewed by external histopathologists. And these are the systems should be put that randomly you verify whatever conclusion you are making, are you getting a same or there is a difference of opinion, okay? So this is how we look at all medical purpose, diagnostic prevention, everything that has been included. So here if you look at the regulation, we have already talked about regulation which is start from January 1st, 2018. So that's how we classified A, B, C, D. So you can just think of going superficial to deeper. Any instrument it is superficial, they are also concerned. For example, I wanted to give an injection. What are the data is required? Is there any site of reaction during the injection? So in preclinical study, we sacrifice, you can say that, is there any tissue damage? All this data is generated. So this is how class B, also class C and class D, so you have to be careful. So these are notified by government that we are going to start this program. So here if you see some of the incident, what Madam had also quoted, so if you go to newspaper, you can get a lot of information. Day-to-day life, what is going on. I just said, somebody took a patient to MRI with oxygen cylinder in Bombay. Such patient died. So if you Google, there are 5 cases like that in US also. Criminal was taken to MRI and police person has a revolver. There are a couple of incidents. So these need to be looked at, and basically when we discuss, if there is something goes wrong, you need to discuss and say that how to prevent it in our hospital. Okay, there could be error, there could be mistake, but you need to discuss and you need to say that can we improve our SOP so that we can prevent it. So this is how we look at. So IPC is coordinating, and definitely all this etc. and National Resource Center. So if you go to any hospital, just go to dialysis unit, ask who is giving us support. Who is giving us support? It is definitely by National Health Resource Center. And obviously, everything is regulated by CDSU. As devices is regulated by A and B by state and as well as central regulator. So in regulation also there is a committee called DCC, Drug Consultative Committee. What they do? They call all the state regulators and discuss if there is any pan-India problem. And ultimately, highest level is DTAB, Drug Technical Advisory Board, who given a recommendation. So here, if we look at that, our centers will look after the North India. Similarly, if you look at, every corner will be center, every corner. And what is the benefit of this, all the center? If you find an event, so definitely you can pass the message. If there is an alarming, you can pass the message. If you cannot make a conclusion of the signal, you can pass the message. So this is how even anything come across, you are going to call it event. Then you make a causality. Is it because of the product? Is it because of underlying disease condition? Or is it because of some other reason? So once you make a causality or root cause analysis, if it is product, so definitely you're going to take a decision. So this is how you have an adverse event means, you say serious. So you call it adverse event, and when you call it adverse reaction, when you call it serious adverse event, and when you call it suspected, unexpected adverse event, and in clinical trial, there could be treatment emergent adverse event. But you have to be very careful in case of if you come across any serious adverse event, in case of a death, patient is in OPD, hospitalized, or there is an increased hospitalization, significant medical disability, teratogenicity, you have to report preferably within 24 hours. You might have seen that in clinical trial also, there is an SC take place. Because you have to report within 24 hours, so you are going to call the patient on 1st of September. So you coordinate a call on 25th. Can you come on 1st of September? And his daughter or relative, they say he is no more. He died 15 days before. So as an investigator, you are the fault. You did not inform within 24 hours. We always say, if it is like that, just take a paper, say, I call this subject number at today at 10 o'clock, came to know he's no more. So you go for a verbal autopsy. You go for a verbal autopsy. What happened? Somebody had a chest pain, admitted, drug has been given, later declared dead. All detail you have to see, verbal autopsy. Because any death case, you have to go for a postmortem. You need to know that what is the reason for death. So if it is not done, then at least verbal autopsy. So this is how you have to go for all in case of a SAE. So definitely, who can report? Anybody can report. We encourage the people to report. But obviously, when you get the report, we also verify authentication by neighboring center. Okay? So if you look at the MedWatch program US, anybody can send a mail, telephone call, European system also, anybody can, blue card system also. You know that, there is a system called yellow card system in UK. And it is done by a single man. I also work in UK. So he had written a letter to each and every of UK. And just written that if you prescribe a medicine or any product, if any problem, you send a report to Committee of Safety of Medicine. So when it was started in 64, and it's become a huge program, yellow card. Similarly, blue card system. So we wanted to popularize like Bharat Visit. I wanted to make it for India. So anybody can report, and that's how we do it. So what to report? Any dysfunction, particularly any medical devices. When I say any malfunction or there is an error, user error. So here if you see that performance of the device or inadequacy or labeling instruction is not there, it relapse, you must notify in case of a serious incident. So this is how we have to be very, very prompt, and it is a meaningful. Ultimately, we should also give a feedback. If somebody is reporting, you must say, thank you very much, you are reporting, and it is contributing to national cause. Because once you report, how do you say that one single report can prevent many of the incidents? Okay, so this is how we look at any mistake or inacceptable. When I say that any error, that how much error is there? In US, they use a COP system. They lose 110,000 patients because of error. UK, they lose 44,000 patients. After implementing COP system, COP is Computer Physician Entry System. So if I compare with aviation industry, one error in 10,000 flights. Recently we have seen a lot of incidents. Okay, so that so if you go to an airlines, international airlines, it's written there, once you enter the cockpit, just forget everything. You need to concentrate on you. So if you go to medicine ward, surgery ward, and also ICU, so that means error is much more. You have been working for 16 to 18 hours. So we have to be careful that how to, prevent the error which subsequently lead to adverse event. So this is how we have that, how to report. We have a form and we have a toll-free number. So this is how we go for it. And definitely launch of digital platform for medical product safety monitoring. Today we talk about a product with package insert. And that paper, nobody can read that. You need a magnifying glass. We said, why don't you use a QR code? We're going to implement a QR code. So that smartphone, you can just scan it, you can read that. So some of the digital technology need to be implemented. Most of us who use a smartphone, you can easily read that. So this is how this has been started. So if you say a valid medical device adverse event, how do you say that? Any untoward event outcome. See, anything report comes, you're going to ask the question, is it new or is it old? How do you get to know? You search the database. Like Pharmacovigilance, we have more than 10 lakh database, similarly for medical device. We check any VisiFlow, VisiBase, UK database, US database, and also private database like Spindler. So if you do not get it, and you are going to call it a new one. Okay, then you say that suspected medical devices for in vitro, diagnostic also, any identified report. Okay? Yeah, okay.
Online group it is not being shared. Message are there.
Okay, now it is done.
Is it working?
It's working. So, any report, that a lot of people, they think that if I report, that means there could be legal action. But please remember that we always tell that this is a system, it is confidential, this data is confidential, it is not through the RTI. If somebody put an RTI, then it will only go to regulator. It will only go to stakeholders. Okay? So that's how you have to have somebody is reporting, who is reporting. Okay? So that is what you have to do it. Now coming to the next one is, once IPC MBBI receive medical device adverse form, how do you process it? So you might have seen that we check for the quality. Quality at the center, quality is NCC, then we call the meeting, so we check the data, qualify, verify. So all the report is reviewed, ultimately it is submitted if there is a signal to the regulator office that you need to take a regulatory decision. So this is how we go with a government initiative for Materiovigilance program. So if I take an example, we had a discussion with Chief Secretary in Kerala, and there is a huge response. 80 people have applied. Even if you say, I just wanted to share with you, if you go to any WHO meeting, they appreciate Rajasthan. They appreciate Tamil Nadu. Very, very effective system. Okay? So this is how we have to put it in model like Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. So you can take that model. Okay, so everybody wanted to report and same model can be implemented. As I said, the PGI, we have taken a staff council permission so that it is indirectly mandatory. Patient admitted, there will be form, medical device form, pharmacovigilance form. Patient discharged, they have to fill the form. If there is no idea, they'll say there is no idea. So that you have to make it some mechanism of indirect, mandatoriness. So this is how circulars was used. And definitely you might have seen that we are going to discuss the panel discussion, because all medical colleges, they are going to have a committee of medical devices. I'll tell you that 2009, 8 and 9 December, we had a meeting in All India Institute, because our program was on and off since 1982. 82 we started, 89 there is an RAJMAAI project. Then 2004, we got the money from World Bank, we started a pharmacovigilance program. Then we discussed that, can you write to NMC, that time MCI? And when we had written the letter, they constituted a pharmacovigilance committee. So that means in order to get a recognition, you need to have a pharmacovigilance committee, and that's how it was there during 2009, and it was implemented. So you can see that how many reports we come across. It is increasing, but we need to be work little efficiently. Many of the centers, they do not report, and that's how we have to do it. So this is how frequency of report of material 2018 to 24, you can say that in case of a cardiac stent, hypodermic needle, so you can classify that how many report we get for class 1, class B, class C. So you have to be careful about C and D, because they could be serious. So this is how we look at, so similarly serious and non-serious, because when you look at the data, you say ADR profile. So you ask the question, is it tolerable? How do you say that there is a minor ADR? You could say mild to moderate. It is tolerable. But in case of a serious and severe, you need to go for a monitoring. So definitely we have a mechanism for that. So you could say how many healthcare professionals they report? 57%. Then you take an example of manufacturing, importer, distributor, others, and the patient. This is how year-wise you can see that. How many healthcare professionals? There also you can go for more stratified. How many doctors? How many pharmacists? how many nursing personnel. And let me tell you that we need to, really motivate the nursing personnel. They're there all the time. So we do a lot of activity for nursing one. But you know that if you look at yellow card system, they are reporting that is 12%. And who report? Only medical officer. They are considered to be best system in the world, but it is reported by medical officer. So that is how we have to go for it. So this is how marketing authorized holder they report, a board by different companies. So they also, so there is a benefit of medical devices. So you can check the quality, because when you do preclinical and initial clinical trial, you do not get a real picture. You call it product is in the real world. Product is in the real world. I met a person from Paris. She got a lifetime award achievement in European Pharmacology Society. She asked the question is, why do you call it product is in the real world after approval? Okay? You do all the study, phase 1, because she said she only started phase 1 study in France, 70s. And when she decided to go for a phase 1 study, she wanted to approach a mentor. And mentor said there is no legal liabilities, means there is no legal law for a phase 1 study. So if you do phase 1 study, if something goes wrong, you'll be behind the bar as a culpable homicide. But still, she wanted to do it and she was successful. So we can do all this to benefit and risks. We always say that the product is there could be risks or the benefit. You need to know how to extract the maximum benefit, and that should be the motto. So this is how Materiovigilance is important, and all activities we do, all the TV program, SMS alert, we do go to the medical college and create their awareness. So these are information is sharing, like in terms of publication also, research article, policy making, guest editorial. So this is how we need to create. But that when our student comes, first year, PG student, we should do one lecture of pharmacovigilance, materiovigilance, hemovigilance. That we do it in our institute. So once you do on the first day, that there is a system, and if you come across, you can report to this system. That creation should be there, creating. And that is what we do it. So any questions you have, I'll be happy to answer. Any questions?
Okay, sir. So regarding that form, that is a very elaborate kind of form. So, it feels very intimidating, filling that form. So, is there any provision to cut down the number of responses, or all are mandatory to?
So when we look at, like in pharmacovigilance form also, there are 18 questions. So in the 18 questions, if you miss anything, then it will be difficult to look at the quality of data.
So, but to begin with, we are facing a challenge here.
I know, I went and approached, because camera is there, I'll not say the name. Yeah, so I went and approached that person, can you come to IPC for this meeting? And he said, what I have to do? I said, you have to fill the form. He asked me how much time it will require. I said, 5 minutes. Then he told me that 5 minutes, I will say 5%, 500 rupees, 2,500. Why should I lose it?
Yeah.
Then I said to him that we'll give all the supporting document. If you, as a physician, if you require some information, we'll give it from IPC. And that's how we motivated, he came for a meeting. So we have to talk to them, and definitely it is time consuming. Means,
It should be simplified,
yeah, we can work on a simplification, but at the same time we have to see that all the information regarding the quality of data need to be also captured.
And so there is only 1 or 2 pages in the pharmacovigilance, but there are 4 pages in there.
Yeah.
So it should be 1 or 2 pages, so
Yeah.
it will be more easier to fill it up.
So we can work on this, that can you reduce the number in the panel, and accordingly you can come up.
And one more thing, can it be there some kind of easier way to know when not to report. Like it seems everything related has to be reported.
Yeah.
But there are some things that makes no sense. Like if suppose oxygen cylinder has a dent and it is not near the valve, so it has not to be reported. So like, is there any kind
One thing is there that earlier also when 2010 we started, they say that these are the drug new area we know, why should we report? Then you said that we do not know how many Indian we have the problem. We have a Western data, okay? So let's be encouraged to report, but ultimately which report to be accountable, we can decide right now. Because most of the center, it is not reporting, it's zero reporting. So you always encourage the people to report anything come
So
across.
simplification of the form, but no,
Yeah,
not
definitely.
oversimplification, and
Yeah.
when in doubt, it is
But
better
one
to
thing is
report.
there that we always say that if there is additional information, you can put an annexer. That you can do it. That you can do it.
One thing that you mentioned in the previous presentation was about the compensation, like in clinical trial.
Yeah.
So if there is this thing has been always been a little bit confusing for me. In clinical trials related to drugs also, is
Drug
there
product
the
anything.
compensation?
Any product in a clinical trial, if it is a regulatory clinical trial, you have to give a compensation. If it is academic also, patient goes to legal court of law, then they will say, we have a provision to give compensation. That is why we always encourage the student go for an insurance. Because they will not say it is regulatory or academic or non-regulatory.
Because they say if there is less than minimal risk, you need not go for it.
You do not know, there is an inter-individual variation in individual variation.
Like there was a question
Yeah.
about that stent.
Yeah.
Okay. So you cannot say there is always minimal risk. But I have there is some formula for compensation. But
Yeah, I was in a part of drafting.
But like I have always I've wondered, because you are an authority, what is the maximum compensation? Like people come to me like if
Maximum compensation is 73.94 lakh rupees for healthy volunteers. Minimum is 8 lakhs.
So that is the limit, like
That is-
70.
So we quantify, formula like 4, 3, 2, 1.5. So in case of a healthy volunteer, if they die in a clinical trial, they will get maximum money is 73.94.
Maximum is 73, and if there is any comorbidity, it reduces.
It
So isn't
reduces.
that too less?
So minimum is
as an
8 lakh
amount?
rupees. 8 lakh rupees.
So isn't that too less? Like for
Yeah.
pharmaceutical giants paying only a lakh rupees for a compensation that comes out. Shouldn't it be like a bit like?
India is the only country who gives a compensation. Let me tell you. I've been to Nepal, I've been to Bangladesh, Sri Lanka to see that how
Developing countries, among the developing
because
countries.
other countries, they go to legal court of law. There is no provision for compensation. Even Harvard University had come to us to understand कि आपने क्या क्या इसका formula को कैसे derive किया.
So we have compensation in place and we have been compensated.
Yes, you will be
and
compensated.
maybe in coming years we'll have more kind of.
No, it is like when we started, there are 840 cases. Okay, so there we need to deliberate how many are related to clinical trial. Because when you make a causality assessment, you have a certain probable possible. If it is like that, you are going to say it is related because it is based on evidence. Rest, you are going to say it is not related, but you always give a benefit to the patient. We always give a benefit to the patient. Even doubtful also, if there is evidence, you are going to say, let's be compensated.
Thank you, sir. This is much more clear. Now I have an insight that this was the maximum amount for a healthy. That is 73.
73.94 lakh rupees.
In our ethical committee, we are compensating the patient.
No, in ethical committee, we always say that you have an SAE committee, okay, subcommittee. And this SAE committee should be trained on making a causality and recommendation of compensation. There are two subcommittees, one is site visit and another is SAE committee. Yeah,
We are
yeah,
NABH affiliated.
yeah. I am also NABH assessor.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Another question.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask if we want to launch an indigenous product.
Yeah.
Then how will we go? Do we need a US approval or European or you can start carrying out preclinical studies as such?
I said you want to make an IND application. If the product is discovered in India, then it will be allowed to do phase 1 study. So if it is discovered outside India, then you have to do phase 1 study there. Then you can come back and repeat the study, or you can make an application as phase 1/phase 2. That is a system we have. So there is an IND committee under Secretary DHR. Now it has been changed to IND set. Okay, so that has been changed.
Sir, if I want to ask a question that if we are putting an implant, the doctor is of 30 or 40 years experience, and the implant is also good, then due to the patient disease or patient illness, if the treatment is failed, then there should be a reporting or not for that particular product?
Definitely you have to report.
Because the product is good, the expert
You cannot
is
say
there.
product is good. Obviously it is regulatory approved.
Yeah.
You might have seen there are some of the hip replacement we have serious problem. Still people are waiting for compensation. So then you cannot say it's guaranteed that all the products are, but you have a monitoring mechanism to check that quality is good, and if there is something goes wrong, you have to report.
Because it is due to disease of the patient, then
Yeah,
also we have
that is what we assess. Is the product has a problem, malfunction, user error, or is there an underlying disease condition? That is, or any other factors.
Here this delayed human care should also be
Yeah, that should be done. Okay. So any other question? Otherwise,
A big round of applause.
so what is the next?
Next is causality assessment.
Okay.
And I think it, sir, is ocean of knowledge. The more you dig into the ocean, the more deeper dive you have. So thank you so much, sir. We were able to learn so many unseen and unheard truths regarding material vigilance and all the regulatory aspects. It was wonderful hearing you, and we'll be back hearing you again. So in this now we have the session. Mr. Naveen will be taking that session.
मेरे क्लास में बैठे हैं। इसको रखो।
इसको रहने दो। आप अपना दे दीजिए, नोट करा दीजिए। So this session will be especially important for pharmacology. I hope all the residents are here. How many residents of pharmacology are here? Most of them are here. So this is especially for you people to understand, because we will be including it in the assessment pattern also. And also many of the healthcare professionals, Siddharth is sitting here. Mahima, right? Rama, from radiology. And somebody from ophthalmology, Tanisha, yes. So we have touch of healthcare profession also. So we all need to understand together how the causality assessment is being done. And we have Mr. Naveen as scientific assistant, who is going to deliberate us on the, yeah.
We have a couple of cases, so we'll take an input from you and we'll make a final analysis. Okay?
So we will be getting some homework to be done after the causality assessment is being taken, and we have to now look at it carefully so that we are able to analyze whether it is certain, possible, probable or not.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we look on the causality assessment of medical devices. So before diving into this causality assessment, I would like to ask you a question. So you are all healthcare professionals. So as a healthcare professional, do you think that reporting a material vigilance or medical device adverse event is your responsibility?
Yes.
So why?
To ensure safety.
It is a medical device. So anything related to menstrual things are medical devices, and it causes reportable adverse event. So I have been giving this a notification on sanitary pads because we don't have any adverse event reported in Materiovigilance database still now, and we have many news articles where it is having volatile compounds, it creating multiple adverse events, but still now we haven't received a single report regarding this. And I just wanted to put forward, see, this is a responsibility. As a healthcare professional, you know what is the impact of a sanitary pad and all menstrual related products. So you can help the other person, your family members, maybe your friends who doesn't have this biological knowledge. You can help them to report it. So we have the provision for reporting. We are doing this for this entire cause only. So you can help them to report. You can use the helpline number. You can use our online system. So currently India has an online system, indigenous database, indigenous online reporting system, similar to Vigiflow, which is called as Adverse Drug Reaction Monitoring System. You can search in your Google, just type ADRMS-IPC. You can visit the website. As a healthcare professional, you can register it. If you don't want to register, you can just report it as a consumer. You don't have to register, you just have to get a OTP, then you can report. Okay, this facilities are available with us. So we'll dive into the causality assessment now. So these are all the contents of the session. So what is medical device, what is device safety, what are all the different types. I think the 4 topics has been already covered. So we'll skip to what is causality assessment, importance of causality assessment, methodology, global MDA databases, level of causality, and 2 case studies we are going to look today. So I think you all know now what is a medical device and what are all the medical devices that you are using in day-to-day basis. And no device is 100% safe. So if you look at the classification itself, you would have understand that we are classifying from low risk. We are not saying that no risk. It is a low risk. Even though it is a medical device with minimum risk, we are still considering as it is having a risk. Okay, low risk and moderate risk and moderate to high risk and high risk. These are all the 4 classification that is classified based on the risk of usage. So no device is 100% safe, and whenever a medical device is used, it is having a residual risk. It may be due to biological variability, so person to person it may vary. Complexity of use, complex medical device will have complex adverse events. Environmental factors, temperature, anything. Artificial intelligence risk. So it is a new domain. So many of the medical devices now has artificial intelligence introduced in the medical device, and it is a growing potential for risk. Okay. Artificial intelligence may not be giving all the time the accurate data, so you have to be very aware which output is giving, and you have to verify the output and the design flaws. So this is the definition for an adverse event. So any unexpected or inappropriate medical occurrence, unintended disease or injury, or an inconvenient clinical sign in subjects, users or other person, whether or not related to the medical device. See, it is a suspectable adverse event, so you don't have to verify it in the preliminary stages that it is caused by the medical device. If you suspect that it is an adverse event or it may cause an adverse event, you can report it to MVP. So I think I just wanted to go out of the PPT and tell. So if you look at the global regulation, for example, US FDA has 3 reportable things. One is adverse event. Under adverse event, they have the serious adverse event, which causes an death or prolongation of hospitalization, whatever definition of serious adverse event. There is one more, which is called as the potential to cause a serious adverse event. If you find any medical device or any medical device or IVDs which have the potential to cause a serious adverse event. For example, HIV kits. HIV kits giving a false positive result will be leading to a potential serious adverse event in future. So these types of events we have to be aware. In India, we classify it as non-serious adverse events. In other countries, for example, in Australia, Therapeutics Goods Administration, they classify it as near adverse event. Serious adverse event and near adverse event. And in IMDRF, International Medical Device Regulatory Forum, so they also classify it as no potential to cause an adverse event, potential to cause a serious adverse event. These are all reportable adverse events. So device related errors, user related errors, patient related factors, system related factors. Adverse event may be due to any of the causes. You don't have to initially understand what is the adverse event, you just have to report it. Then there is a set of procedures that IPC do, and currently we have a public notice from National Medical Commission for the medical colleges to constitute a Materiovigilance expert committee within their college, and it is mandatory from their end. So you have to constitute a committee. This committee will look after the causality assessment. Whichever adverse event that is reported by the college, it will be assessed by the Materiovigilance expert committee. We have set of roles and responsibilities, which is available in IPC website, and the constitute of the committee is also given in the IPC's website. So what is causality assessment? It's like root cause analysis. So you just have to establish whether whatever adverse event that has been caused is due to the medical device or not. That is causality assessment. Nothing sci-fi in that. Just you have to identify whether the adverse event is caused by the medical device or not, based on a scientifically approachable manner. That's it. So it is always used to evaluate and to check that the particular treatment is the cause of the observed adverse event or not. Essential part of an MDA report. So in MDA, so for example, I think we had few, the form is exhaustive. So I understand we had this query from many of them. So we are trying to reduce it, but our suggestion is that, so we have made the form to meet the international regulatory forum. So we have taken from US FDA, TGA, Swissmed, and Canada Health, MHRA, England. So we have taken from all of them, and we have cross-verified whether we are missing out anything. The 1.2 version is that. So we have cross-verified with the international standards. And the thing is that we are in par with international standards, and they also have the same set of questions. The thing is that they have progressed far. They have implemented International Medical Device Regulatory Forum codes. It's a terminology codes. For example, I think you are aware of MEDRA codes for medical device or drug reactions. They have a set of codes. If the adverse event is this, they have a code. Similarly, IMDRF has a code for medical device adverse events. So the international regulators, they have implemented these codes, and India is yet to implement it. So before that, we wanted to make sure that all the healthcare professionals are aware of the initial stages of Materiovigilance. Then if you go for a code, it will be easier for you to implement that code. It will be easier to regulate all the data. So this is what currently we are planning, and the form, we agree it is exhaustive, but since we are not in the ground level, we need as much as data we can collect. For example, if we are giving we have a suggestion from the manufacturer that we need like a short form. For example, the consumer form that we are giving, it contains only the medical device information and what is the adverse event that has caused, and some information related to patient and reporter. This information is there. They told that it should be a primary information system. So they'll initially report this information, then later if we ask for further information, they'll provide the entire data. So we are trying for this, we are planning for this, but it has its own effects. For example, we have a reporter from a eye care institute. So we wanted further information, and we are trying to follow up with him. And he doesn't respond because it takes a long time. So if we want more information, he could not provide. So we can't do that for all the reports. We are receiving around 1,500 reports every month. So that's why we have kept it as an exhaustive form, so that we can get as much as information in the first time itself, so that we don't have to come again and again for each and every report. So that is our justification, and we'll try to reduce it. We'll take into consideration. So this is the causality assessment. So if you look into drugs, there is a score which is called scale, Naranja scale and WHO scale for assessing the causality. But in medical devices, there is no like gold standard scale for medical devices, which is because it is complex. Medical device operates in various levels. So medical device having, I think it's around 7,000 classes of medical devices are available throughout the world. So for example, if you take an orthopedic implant, the causality assessment scale for an orthopedic implant may not be useful for a syringe or a IV set, whichever that you are using in another sector. So there is no global standard that we can use for every medical device. So it is because of the complex process of the medical device. No single method or definitive or determining causality. Various frameworks, WHO EMC is there, Naranja algorithm is there, IUMED is there. provide structured approach but have limitations. So they are not gold standard. We are using it as a method. So patient-specific factors, device-related factors, external factors, these are all complexities going with the causality assessment. So the importance of causality assessment, patient safety. So whenever you establish the causality, it will be easier for us to convince the manufacturer that your device is causing this adverse event. So they'll take a regulatory action from their end, maybe a recall, maybe an FSN, so field safety notice. So there is a provision called field safety notice and field safety corrective action, which is given by the manufacturer whenever a medical device is of their medical device or of their manufacturing product is facing any adverse event. They'll issue a notice stating that this device is causing this adverse event. You can use the corrective action that we are providing, or they'll ask for a recall. You can send the device back to the manufacturer. This is what recall, field safety corrective action, and field safety notices. Preventing future recurrence. So once you establish the causality, you can put out a notice that this device will cause this adverse event. And public health surveillance. So the methodology. First, we have to define the adverse event. So what happened to the patient? So most of the time we receive from in our adverse event form is that there will be a single line like plunger breakage, or like for example regulatory this IV regulator not working. This is the adverse event there. It is not an adverse event, it is a malfunction. Based on the malfunction, what happened to the patient, whether the patient is involved, the patient is involved and whether he is recovered or not. What adverse event is the outcome of this malfunction? For example, an IV set is there, the regulator is not working. So based on the regulator not working, what happened to the patient? What is the outcome? That is the adverse event. So we have to define the adverse event first, then we have to collect and review evidence, assess temporal relationship, whether after the introduction of the medical device this adverse event has caused, or what is the timeline. For example, the patient is having an allergic reaction before the introduction of a syringe or an IV set, and you are identifying it post it, and you are checking it that it is due to the medical device. So there is no temporal relationship because he is having this allergic reaction before the medical device. In cases of implants, the reaction may be after 7 days of implantation or 30 days. Whenever there is a recent temporal relationship, it is easier to manage that it is caused due to the medical device. And rule out alternative explanations. Anything due to other medications or other causes, you have to rule out that. Then determine the level of causality. So in causality in India we have 4. One is unrelated, probable, possible, and related. These are all the 4 level of causality, and we have to report. So once we have established this, we have to report it, and we will take the action for that. So define the adverse event. So first we have to identify and document the adverse event, event description and timeline, specific details like symptoms, onset date, and duration. Gather information about the patient condition, medical history, pre-existing conditions, concurrent medications and other relevant factors, device details, name, model, manufacturer, lot number, implantation or use details, any reports of device malfunction or failure. Once this is done, collect and review evidence, patient factors, comorbidities, device factors, design, material defects, wear and tear, external factors, an event timeline. When did the issue start? Was it immediately after the device use? So assess temporal relationship. It is a very important step. So check if the adverse event occurred immediately or after a delay post device use. Consider whether the event subsided after the device was removed or replaced. Look for patterns in similar cases. Literature reports, manufacturer data. So usually the first thing you have to do is that whenever you are experiencing adverse event, to check the IFU, instruction for use, whether the device is used as per the instruction for use or whatever leaflet that has been given by the manufacturer. For example, I think Sarah told that related to a ligating clip in nephrology. So they told that the ligating clip is not locking correctly. The manufacturer response was that there is a clause in their IFU stating that the ligator clip should be used with their device compatible clock. Okay, this was their response. So it is mandatory that whenever you use a medical device, you have to check the IFU for the contraindications and whatever information that they have provided. So in contraindications, they would have provided that this device is suitable for this one, or this device, usage of this device will cause this side effect. Even though if it is a known side effect, you can report it. We may look for trend reporting. For example, a particular adverse event is happening even though it is a known adverse event, known contraindication. We look for the trend in the device. For example, how many reports we are receiving throughout India for that particular device. So then you have to look for literature reports. If there is any literature study based on the adverse event that the medical device has caused, then you can go for the global database. We'll see in the later part, and rule out alternative explanations. Investigate whether the device alone would have caused the adverse event. Consider pre-existing patient conditions or human errors. Compare with similar incidents from manufacturer reports or regulatory databases. So we can do this with the help of subject experts also. That's why we have this committee, Materiovigilance Expert Committee. So where we can call the subject expert who can review the adverse event that has happened and give his opinion. I have used this particular medical device for so many years. I haven't heard of this particular medical device has any relation to the adverse event that was caused. So it is a valid subject expert's opinion. And we do this in IPC. We have a pool of subject experts, and we'll take not only one opinion, we'll take minimum of 2, and we'll go for multiple opinions if the devices have more complexities, and if surgeons are needed, we'll go for surgeon based on the device. So determine the level of causality. So after analysis, classify the event as related, strong evidence with the device caused the event, probable, likely related, but other explanations exist, possible, could be device related but unclear, unrelated, insufficient data. So report and take action. Regulatory reporting, submit findings to NCC MVPA, manufacturer communication, inform manufacturers for potential corrective actions, risk mitigation, recommend modifications in device use, additional trainings or recalls if needed. So this is our part. So we'll do this. So whenever you submit a report, we have a partners meeting and we'll discuss with all the partners. We'll send a recommendation to CDSCO. CDSCO will send the recommendation to the manufacturers and manufacturers will take action. Okay. So these are all the global medical device adverse event database. So India doesn't have a public database, but other countries have a public database. For example, MODE, which is in US FDA, and MHRA database is there, PMDA database is there, UDAMED is there, Health Canada. And recently I think SwissMed is coming up with good infrastructure in medical device system. They have a good infrastructure. So this is the MODE database. So you can search, you can do literature study here if you are identifying any international recall. For example, we say it as a baseline study. For example, if particular device has issued a recall in US FDA, you can take the particular recall and check whether the device is imported in India and it is used in Indian settings or not. Then you can do your research for any adverse event related to what the recall has been. So this study is a valid study, it is done, and you can submit the report to MVPA. It will be taken as a literature adverse event. So this is MODE database. It is a simple search database. There is multiple search. The complex search is the other part where you can type particular medical device or particular adverse event or particular date and time. You can check for the database. So this is a simple search. You can search the database with a keyword. Then you can select the year and it will give you the reports. So searching the global medical device database aids in causality assessment of adverse event by identifying prior reports, similar patterns of adverse event in global database, assessing patterns, determining root cause, because they would have already done the research of root cause and it will be easier for us to follow the same pattern, and regulatory insights. So reviewing recalls, safety notice that is issued by manufacturer, and corrective actions for safety concerns. So example, unexpected infusion pump failure. So search the FDA MODE database, find multiple reports of similar failures, identify pattern, issued link to software malfunction, check regulatory action, FDA recall issued for the same problem. So strong causality link between the device and the adverse event. So we have a previous thing that has already been recorded in the MODE database. We can take it as a reference and we can put forward our case. So the levels of causality: not related, possible, probable, unrelated or causal relationship. not related, not a known side effect of the product category, the discontinuation of the application or reduction of level of its use, do not impact on event, not due to user error, no temporal relationship, attributed to another cause, the AE does not follow known pattern, response pattern to the medical device, does not depend on false result, involves a body site or an organ not expected to be affected by the device or the procedure. So possible. The relationship with the use of the investigation device is weak but cannot be ruled out completely. So you have a suspicion that this device may cause. So any literature study that's supporting that this device may cause this adverse event, but you don't have any concrete data, you can term it as possible. Probable, the strong relationship with the use of the medical device seems relevant. Strong suspicion, highly likelihood, minimal alternative explanations. The event cannot be reasonably explained by another cause, but additional information may be obtained. So in the case where the form comes, for example, if there is no information on the onset or medical history of the patient, we can't term it as a related because it may be due to other causes also. So here we have the exhaustive form help us. So patient with an orthopedic implant experience heart attack, no other underlying diseases. So it is not a relevant one, but you can't term it out also. We have to check for the temporal relationship when has this adverse event has been caused. So causal relationship, related known side effect of the product, if the event follows a known response pattern, has temporal relationship, knows a body site and organ which the medical devices has an effect. Other possible causes have been adequately ruled out. The discontinuation of the medical device or reintroduction of the medical device recause the adverse event or impact on the serious adverse event. Harm to the subject is due to error in use. The event depends on a false result given by the investigation device used for diagnosis. So these are all the causal relationships that we can term. So this is a case study related to pregnancy test kit. So it is a fairly easier one. So I think we have done it. So I'll go through how we have done it, and the next one we can do. Okay. So 2 false positive. Okay. So what is a pregnancy test kit? Pregnancy test kits are common over-the-counter medical devices designed to detect the presence of a beta human chorionic gonadotropin in urine, beta HCG. While these tests are generally reliable, inaccuracies, whether false positive or false negatives, can lead to significant psychological, clinical, and financial consequences. So in India, I don't think we have to emphasize on the role of pregnancy. So this is what we have taken for the pregnancy test kit. A false positive may trigger unnecessary medical interventions or emotional distress, while a false negative can delay essential prenatal care. This case study presents a systematic evaluation of 4 adverse event reports and assigns a causality level to each incident. So case A, false positive result not related. So 28-year-old female patient profile. So event summary, the patient obtained a positive result from home pregnancy test kit. Concerned about an unexpected pregnancy, she underwent further evaluations including serum beta HCG measurement and ultrasound, which confirmed that she was not pregnant. The device performance was within expected parameters. Detailed review showed that the patient read the test result after the recommended time window, leading to an evaporation line misinterpreted as a positive. So this is a common case of not following the instruction for use. So it is a not related. False positive result possible. So same female, positive test result prompted the patient to seek additional, sometimes invasive diagnostic tests. All subsequent tests confirmed the absence of pregnancy. Patch analysis revealed that some devices in the lot produced faint test lines under certain lighting conditions. However, variations in user technique and testing environment also could have contributed. So you can't define whether it is due to the device or it is due to the usage error. So the device may have played a role, but the environmental and user factors prevented a definitive link. So it comes under possible. We don't have enough information for this one. So if it is a false negative result, probable. 30-year-old female, same. Okay. Despite early clinical signs of pregnancy, the test kit provided a negative result. This led to a delay in initiating prenatal care, and later the patient experienced complications related to late intervention. I think this amino acid all these things are in consideration due to prenatal care. So laboratory evaluation of the return test showed that the affected batch had compromised reagent stability, reducing the sensitivity needed to detect low beta HCG levels in early pregnancy. The timing of the event, together with the laboratory evidence of the reduced sensitivity, strongly indicates the device malfunction in the adverse outcome. Still, we don't have the entire data. So even though we have all this information, we can't say it as a related one because it is few informations are missing. So false negative result related. The patient received repeated negative results from the test kit despite clinical indicators of pregnancy. Delayed diagnosis led to significant complication in later pregnancy stages. A comprehensive manufacturer review confirmed that the specific lot of test was affected by a production error that consistently reduced sensitivity. Multiple reports from different users in the same batch reinforced the finding. So we have the manufacturer's root cause analysis and root cause analysis stating that the device batch is defective, and the clear and reproducible link between the manufacturing defect and the adverse event outcome directly implicates the devices in question. So it is a related adverse event. So this is we have compressed it everything. So we have to initially start with the definition of adverse event. Then we have to check for literature study, usage of IFU. Then we have to go and model database for any other adverse event if the device is imported to India. And then we have to have a subject expert explaining, ruling out all the other alternative explanations. Then we will go for the confirmation and reporting of adverse event. So establishing of level of causality. So this is the second case study related to a hypodermic syringe. Okay. So this will be done from your end. So I'll just read the case description. You can tell me why it is probable, possible, related and unrelated. So 58-year-old female patient with hypertension and diabetes was admitted for infection management and required subcutaneous insulin administration using a hypodermic syringe. A 10-unit insulin dose was drawn and administered. However, after 2 hours, the patient blood glucose remained unexpectedly high, indicating possible underdosing. So upon visual inspection of the syringe, a microscopic crack was observed in the barrel, leading to insulin leakage before injection. No user error was identified. The nurse followed standard dose preparation and administration protocols. A batch investigation revealed multiple complaints of similar leakage issues from other users of the same syringe lot. So now, whether it is a unrelated, probable, possible, or related adverse event, related causality level. So I think for possible, we need to have alternative explanations. Any alternative explanations, sir? Apart from this microscopic crack found in the barrel of the syringe, no user error that was established, and multiple complaints of similar leakage issues from the manufacturer, from other users of the same lot. So now you tell me if it is possible, we have to have other explanations.
There might be some user error.
So now we have established...
Not properly reported.
Yes, sir. So that may be the case, but as per this case study, we have established that no user error in dose preparation and administration protocols.
Plus, there are multiple complaints of similar legal issues.
Yes, ma'am.
Related and related.
Yes, it is related case because we have obvious reasons that we have ruled out other user error and everything. We have done the visual inspection and we have found a crack. So it is related. It is a malfunction in the device, and we have multiple complaints also, which explaining that the device is in. Yes, multiple correlation also can be done. So it is not related, ruled out, no other external factors contributed. Possible, not applicable as no user error was found. Probable, close, but additional defects in the same batch confirm direct device involvement. Related, confirmed. So this is what we have finalized. A manufacturing defect in the syringe barrel led to the insulin leakage, resulting in treatment failure. Conclusion: the adverse event was directly related to the defect in the hypodermic syringe, leading to the insufficient insulin administration. The incident highlights the need for stringent quality control in syringe manufacturing and robust post-market surveillance to detect batch-related defects. Reporting and recalling defective batches can prevent similar patient harm in the future. This is what the outcome that we'll get when we report. So this is what. Thank you. This is our team.
Actually, in this case, when you report, manufacturer will tell that it is user error. So, how to defend that? We have faced many of the incidents. It is because of the person who do not know how to use. Okay?
One can never be sure that there is no user error.
Yeah.
It is never 100% guaranteed.
Because of breakages there, breakages there.
So there, what we do is we make a video. We make a video. Because unless you have a documentation, you cannot prove it. Today I'm doing, tomorrow he's doing. Okay, so we actually train them. There's a skilled person and we make a video. That is one thing can be done at the site. Yeah. But anyway, we are going to inform to all the centers. So if other incidents of the same beds, same beds.
Multiple signals are generated all over the country, then I think it is related.
But one thing is that for causality, there is no gold standard. For drug also, medical device also. There is no gold standard. So for the drug also, we have more than 40 scale. So if you look at 1981, pathologist, he developed a scale. We have a US system, European review system. So there are many scales. But we narrow down to WHO scale. So if you look at first thing, when we listen to the person, a lot of people they say causality. तब हमें लगता है कि उनको पता नहीं है. It is causality, causal relationship. That has to be. This is don't say causality. अगर कोई causality बोलते हैं हमें पता लगता है कि इनको पता नहीं है. So it is causality. ठीक है ना? So there are 4 things need to be looked at. What related to event about time sequence. Temporal association, ठीक है ना? Biological possibility. Then desalience and resalience, that is for drug. For medical device, you cannot just take it out. And even for drug also, you cannot reintroduce if it is severe because of ethical reason. So these 4 points you have to see: temporal association, time sequence, biological possibility, and desalience and resalience. Okay, but for medical device, we go for a root cause analysis. Decision tree. So evening we can discuss some of the example of decision tree. So when you constitute a committee, how you are going to deliberate. So once you deliberate the case, you search the literature. What I said, the first thing you are going to say, is it new or is it old? Is it new? Is it old? So you can get information from manufacturer because they have a database. But you can search in Google Scholar, all the international database. Then we have a private database also, Springer database. You can check it also. Or you can check it also whatever data we have from MBPA. Like PBPA, you have 10 lakh database approximately. We can look at that also. Or all these database, Western database. If you do not get, then you say it is new. If you do not get that information event, then you call it new. Otherwise, it is already existing, known fact. So that's how we have to. So we have to collect all the evidences, and then you deliberate. And for deliberation, you require expertise. And it should be peer reviewed, not single. And do not say as an expert, ये मेरा personal experience है. ये मत बोलना. ठीक है ना? आप बोलना कि as per evidence, whatever data has been somebody generated, somebody do studies, based on evidence, you are going to give a recommendation. Not based on personal. Obviously, you need because you know that you have been seeing a patient, so there is an inter-individual variation, intra-individual variation. That is what clinical input we also require that. And that's how we do it. So thank you very much. Any question?
So for all the students, I just wanted to explain one more thing is that we don't have any scoring system for medical device adverse event. So if you can do the research for example, currently there is a PhD candidate doing for dental devices, adverse event scoring system. You can also work on it you can take any medical device category and you can work on it. We can collaborate with IPC and PGI Chandigarh for this development and SMC also.
PGI Chandigarh is IPC.
Yes, yes sir.
I just want to tell you that I've been to one institute. So there is a person who is doing PhD on software in ethics. Okay, so before COVID, I called around 8 ethics committee to use the software that was developed by CDSA. So any student, they can take a career like for a thesis topic on causality also. As you said, there is no gold standard. If you cannot develop a skill also that can be validated, that can be useful. You know that people are doing a Bayesian method.
We can apply for ICMR grants also.
Yeah, ICMR grant or IPC also can help.
Okay.
But if there is something like that, because for validation you go for a multi-site. Okay, so that exercise you should do. So basically, I'll just tell you what we are doing it. And we have been doing pharmacogenomic studies. We are doing a workshop. Dr. Ajay will talk about. So there, what I am trying to do it, we give a lot of approval for a medicine. Earlier, there is a concept of bridging study. Now, people can apply, they get an approval, they go for a PMS studies. There is no study is required if it is there in ICS country for more than 4 years. What we are trying to do is, can we train the people across the India so that tomorrow any drug which is approved, we can go for a multi-site study.
Right.
You know, so COVID has taught us that we have all satellite center. Whatever study we plan, let's do it pan-India. So that if I do it in PGI or somebody in AIMS, so that will be unilateral study. It cannot be recommended for whole India. Let's do it multi-site. Because of national program, MBPI, PBPI, you are connected to all the medical colleges. So that you can do it. So that is what we say. I feel happy I went to IGMS Patna for a PhD. And the girl said that I attended your pharmacogenomic workshop. उसके बाद मैंने thesis किया. Now she got a regular job. You feel happy. Okay? So these are the meetings that we need to have an output that can you plan for the next future. Maybe causality. Let's put the causality for medical device. Okay, multi-site study. So that can be done. Thank you.
That's it. If there is any question, we can.
So the tasty lunch is waiting outside for all of you. And I also want to announce one thing. We'll be showcasing a pledge form on the digital platform for organ donation. Taking organ, that I'll be your organ donor. So that is a pledge which has to be taken online, which we will be scanning. We will share the scanner with you, and all of you should take this opportunity to take that pledge, because we are addressing 2 important awareness programs here. One is Materiovigilance, which is the main one, but this auditorium is actually looking into more of the awareness regarding organ donation also. So there are selfie stands waiting outside. You can take your selfies also. And more important is to take a pledge online. There will be a certificate which will be generated, and that will be adding to your profile that you are sensitive and aware that organs should not be taken with God. They should stay here to serve other people. Thank you all very much. Please come for the lunch and stay with us till the end of the workshop, because otherwise the entire purpose goes. We'll be closing by 4, not taking much of your time. You will just come for the lunch and then we'll talk again. Thank you very much. Naveen, you have done an excellent job. Thank you.
Invite Dr. Ajay Prakashji, who is the Associate Professor in the Department of Pharmacology, PGIMER. He is also the Deputy Coordinator of the Pharmacovigilance Center of PGI Chandigarh. He being the Associate Editor of Indian Journal of Pharmacology, the official journal of Indian Pharmacological Society. Member Innovation Council of PGI, member Subject Review Committee of IPC. Publications are more than 150, total 2 books and chapters, more than 40 in various national and international books and journals, and he is a recipient of several national and international awards. Dr. Ajay Prakash.
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon once again. because this time is tough for you also, me also. Okay, for both of us, so we have to work together, so that we will all, it is helpful for each other. So ultimately, actually, the topic is the internal quality management system and even the quality audit. Actually, this is the major topic for manufacturers who are involved in the creating of all the. I'm audible, no? Last audible? Yes. So it is majorly for the manufacturer as well as who are maintaining the or being in touch with the manufacturers as well as the users also. But keeping the mind all of you, I have simplified it, so not much terminology as per the audit section. So what I will read so that you understand the concept, what is this, okay? Because reason being, since morning we are getting several questions regarding quality of medical devices, and how and which side effect to report and how we can do the causality assessment and all those. Reason being, see what happened whenever this Materiovigilance program was started, 15. There were very less to know with us. Right now, even if you say in the market, right now we have, I think, 8,000 plus medical devices. Okay, 8,000 plus medical devices. But you know how many are regulated or notified? This is in the regulated term, known as notified. So you know how many medical devices are notified? Less than 100. 8,000 is marketing. Right now in the market, if you go and search 8,000 plus, regulated less than 100. I have not said the exact because otherwise you will go into depression. Okay, what it means? It means that whatever medical devices is there, there is a high chance of the bad quality or chance of the bad. I have not said that every manufacturer is giving like this, but yes, there is a chance of the mishandling during the manufacturing because there is no check and balance. Simple. Regulator, what the regulator do? They do the check and balance in each steps at the time of development also. Okay, as sir already told about how we develop the medical devices also. So you know if notified is less than 100, that also of the high quality. High quality means there may chances ki that in the class of D, that may be a class of C, but A and B is still not regulated. Understood? What it means? It means whatever the classification of medical devices is there, A, B, C, D. A, B are the safe one, reasonably safe. Reasonably safe means some class A is outside the body, so it is safe, almost safe. Okay, allergic and some reaction may be there. But when one medical device go inside the body and stay there for long, as long it will be there in the body, the risk is high. Okay, so that these type of the medical devices, some medical devices are even regulated, but many means 99% are unregulated. That means that whenever, right now what I have started after the MDCT rule, MDCT rule, Medical Device Clinical Trial Rule 2017, which are already taken care. Regulators have given guideline to manufacturers. Okay, what kind of the guideline? They must have followed some SOPs so that whatever the quality they are manufacturing, that should be at least some standard. Okay, because regulators do not have own standards. They can take the standard from outside. Okay, so that's why developing those standards, we even more we need more you can say manpower. Okay, expertise also. So right now, if we say whenever we come across with these events, okay, already events are taken care ki incubator mein someone won, MRI mein stuck kar gaya. So what it means? It means that we do not have any idea at that time. So at that time, then what the regulators say, we have to match the ISO. What is ISO? International Standards of Organization. So we must mandate to adhere with some international standards which give some guideline to develop the medical devices. Okay, so that's the topic today is. So what is the pros and cons and how we are going ahead, we will just look into detail. So outline of the presentation is who they are, means who have to monitor, or who will monitor on those, where they are from, and what they hope to get, of course, and summary of the existence of ISO. This is the ISO 13485:2016. This is the international standard which must have to follow by any manufacturer or companies or organization who are dealing with the, even in the queue of the supply chain, they must have to follow this ISO 13485. So whatever I will talk about related to this ISO form, reasonably is dedicatedly related to the ISO 13485/2016. What it means? If it is 2016, means developed in 2016? No. It have already developed in 2000 and it was already followed outside India, which taken by the Indian government, and now it is followed by this presentation. So overall aim of presentation, how we have to maintain the quality system of the medical devices during the developmental phase, during the supply phase, during the storage phase, during the documentation phase, during the dispersion to the patient. तो वो complete जो chain है ना, वो chain को maintain किस way में करना है, what must be the SOP, that all are completely and explanatory way में they have already stated in the ISO 13485. Okay. So mainly describe the purpose and benefit of these medical devices, QMS. QMS is nothing but the quality management system. And now what is this quality management system for the medical devices? We always learn about the GMP condition for the drugs, good manufacturing practices. Same as the good manufacturing practices for the drug, we have QMS system for the any medical device or any device which run by electromagnetic, electrical or anything, or even app also. Okay, so for putting the standard of all these, we have the QMS. Okay, for who are regulating this QMS? ISO, International Standard of Organization. Describe the purpose of audit and why it is important and why the certification needed. Explain the role and responsibility of auditors. I will touch upon this auditor's responsibility. Okay, so why we need medical devices? Quality management system. This is the need. Why we need? First, increase the possibility of the producing safe and effective medical devices. See, even whenever we talk about the drug, we always say when it goes to a regulator say whether it is safe or not. If they will never ask for the effectiveness, they will always say ki, my population will safe or not. Same question will ask from there. If you are going to launch some new devices or if some devices you want to market, if this device is safe or not. First question. Second, complying with the regulatory requirement. What is the regulatory requirement? For any medical devices. Previously it was not there, but now if you want to develop some medical devices, in PGI there are so medical devices, there are so many medical devices developed and they have developed to the market also. So what is the main concern developing? Main thing is the optimization and validation phase. Optimization and validation phase will tell you about the utility of that medical device first, then the safety. During the validation phase, we also come across with whether whatever device you are going to implant or whatever device you are going to use for the patient, it is safe enough or not. Okay? So both meet or exceed the customer expectation. Okay, customer also want their safe. Assist in monitoring the supply chain efficiently. Means ISO 13485 directly say about the documentation of suppliers. Okay, see right now in India there were so many manufacturers. Are those manufacturers who do not manufacture? What they do? They collect the different one device. There is a different parts. So they collect different parts from different organization and they screw it up or assemble in one. जैसे assembled computer देखा है ना आप लोगों ने, है ना? मतलब हार्ड डिस्क कोई लेके आया, मदरबोर्ड किसी कंपनी का लाया, मिक्स करके एक कंप्यूटर तैयार कर दिया, ठीक है. So in the same way, there are so many companies is there who take the parts from outside and they manufacture their own by combining and assembling those parts. So ISO 13485 directly say if you are purchasing those kind of the parts also, that organization must also follow those ISO 134. ऐसा नहीं है कि if your organization is 13485 comply, you are purchasing the parts from some uncompliant organization. What it mean? It mean that whatever SOP you are following, that company also must follow. Okay? It means that there is some quality check is there. Quality management system must be there. Okay? With just one audit, you can enter any major market in the globe. What it mean? It mean that right now the auditing or even the internal auditing or external auditing, two types of auditing is there. One is to suppose I am the company and within my company some medical devices manufacturing. So I want to do our internal audit so that whatever the process is going on, that should go as per SOP planned. Okay? So what I will do, I will put some internal auditors. Okay? Internal auditor to check the procedures. Whatever the procedure going on is at place or not. So this is not the internal. But when some regulators send auditors, okay, some regulators say auditor to the organization to check whether the steps is on the place or not, so it is the regulatory auditing. So that may related to a certification of organization, or there may recertification, or they may halt the certification or take over the certification if quality control is not met as per the ISO 13485. Okay? Improve risk management and design control to help client develop, improve their products. Okay? It is nothing but the only risk management system. QMS is what? Risk management system, that so that some unwanted risk should not be appear, or unwanted adverse event should not appear to the patient. Okay? Increase efficiency in supporting customer, you obtaining market clearance and approve in the order to comply with the seller market. It is a need. If you want to develop, you want to market, simple. Ensure compliance with the standards and more. What it mean? It mean that if you are manufacturing medical devices which intended to be used in the patient, so only you have to remember in mind that standard operating procedures. Means each procedure should be run under some standards, and that standards must be followed by each and every person who are involved in their respective duties. Okay? So gain potentially into the overseas, means it is just to improve. If your product is good enough, you can market multinational. Simple. So just show you some data. These data is what it say. Since morning we always saying that diagnostic medical devices are the highest in the use. The same thing over here. 30% is the diagnostic imaging. Consumable is 16%. Then IV diagnostic, patient aids, orthopedic, dental, these are the less. Okay? So what it mean? It mean that diagnostic as well as orthopedic and other medical devices contributing at least 50% of medication medical device used in the market. Means why this data is important? Reason being, if maximum population is in the diagnostic sector, orthopedic, dental as well as other implants. So measure whatever the SOP you want to create, quality management system you want to build, you will cater those standard system which having the maximum population outreach. Okay. Secondly, again the orthopedic, again and diagnostic. These two are the highest. So I am not revenue wise. This is the top 100 imports. In which area the maximum imports occur in India. Again the same diagnostic, orthopedic, cardiovascular, implants. Okay, somewhat GI implants also there. So this is what it means. It means that this market is increasing day by day. Okay. So as the market will increase, our quality management system also at some standards. So this was started in 15, but now it is about 10 years of the program. So now we have even achieved at least 7 notified and 100 notified medical devices. There are chances we will go. So already sir have taken, I'm not going to tell this. So this is the system. What is this? This is the how we do licensing as well as how we do the, what do you mean licensing by any product, licensing of a product, licensing of company, what do you mean? It means that you are agreeing with those organizations to market this, simple. License given means it market. So license to the manufacturer, organization, or license to any product, it directly related to the marketing of those products or through that. So these are the timeline. Already sir have told that A and B for the state licensing authority, central C and D. C and D are the more safety concern, so it is taken care by the central licensing authority, C and D. So these are the timeline. I am not going to detail right now after lunch session. Only seeing this data. What is this data? These data so that after 15 to 20, how much increase in the USD billions dollars. The market in India increased significantly. Significantly मतलब कोई count कर सकता है इधर? वो count कर लो. It was significantly increase in the market. Okay, overall. This is for the all devices, but here only for the Indian medical device market. Per year 7.93% growth in the medical device market. What it mean? It means जितना हमारा GDP growth नहीं उससे ज़्यादा medical device growth कर रहा. Understood? So what it mean? It mean that up to 2030 it may cross 25 billion USD. Okay, in India only. It is for in India. This is for the global medical device market. What it means? It means that at least 5% growth globally. Reason being, in global, it is already established situation outside, and also we are the consumer. We, China, and who are the highest populated country, we are the users. They are the developers, we are the users. So 5% globally. Okay? So 30 there may chances about 800 USD billion dollar market. So why I am showing all this? Reason being, you understand the severity of this and seriousness of this business. Medical device in such a way that once it came into the market, it's going to apply to the patient, and safety concern is the major. Why? Because even we have all the data about the drug, their side effect profile, contraindication profile, everything. But still side effect occurring now. Okay, old drug also, new drug also. But the data we do not have any of the medical devices. So now you can extrapolate how much safety concern is there right now. Okay, so that's why I shown this data. Okay, so now you come to the direct to the ISO 13485 2016. 2016 recently updated in 2016, and now this is followed right now. Okay, it helped the organization to establish and maintain an effective quality management system, ensuring the safety and effectiveness of the medical devices while meeting the regulatory requirement. Ek line mein they have said everything. It means that whatever you want to develop the medical devices, that should be through regulators, and that should be at the minimum requirement of the regulators. So you must follow quality management system as it is ISO 134. Awareness training program is designed to provide information. Right now there are so many, sir already told about QCI, Quality Council of India. So Quality Council of India is creating awareness regarding these ISOs regularly. Monthly they are creating some training program also. You can go and join online also. You go to the QCI, you can go for the workshop, what are the CMEs going on. If you have interest, you can go and join. Okay. So this was started in 96 first. Okay, so recently it is 2016 version is applicable, but outside this ISO 13485 is established and in function outside India from 1993. Okay, so what is this? Worldwide Sector of Quality Management System Standard, Medical Device Organization, take General Quality System. Now thing is that what do you mean by general quality system requirements? General quality system requirements mean each and everything in the organization. Who are working, whether those manpower are trained enough for those procedures, what are the material used within that is gone through some quality check process, okay, whatever the documentation you are doing, it is as per the quality management system guidelines. Okay, so each and every general requirement, each and every, from starting of your work or purchasing of raw material to the documentation on writing the reports. Okay. So for all intended to provide the product service to customer and modify it applicable within the highly regulated medical device industry. Means if you want to modify also, there will be some guideline you must follow or some quality system you should follow. That is there in detail in the ISO. An internationally agreed way to implementation common regulatory concept, the same, maximizing the potential benefit to the making a study for the patient, simple. So it means that this ISO 13485 is majorly to safeguard the patient, okay, and also indirectly to also safeguard the organization. If something bad happened, we were discussing about the compensation. If something bad happened, they have to give the compensation, simple. So it is safeguard both, but majorly it is made for the patient safety. Okay, so key aspect is risk bias approach. Means whenever we are studying any quality system, not only medical devices, whenever we are making any quality system, be majorly 95% talk about the risk management system. How you are managing the risk. Okay, there is a guideline also. Regulatory compliance, emphasis on the documentation means in one quality management system, the documentation is the must. As sir already told about GLP, good laboratory practices, what it means? It means that if it is documented, you thought it is done. If it is not documented, so in any quality management system, if it is not documented, the work is not done. Simple, in one line. So whatever thing you are doing, whether you are cleaning some instrument, you are calibrating some instrument, even you are doing some experiment on instrument, whether logbook entry done or not done. So these are the minute thing I have given the example, but yes, these all matters. So quality management system is nothing but the documentation of your each process or each procedures. Okay? Supplier controls, I have given the example, whenever you are making some devices by combining different parts and you are collecting different parts from different organizations, all organizations should follow ISO. Continuous improvement is yes. So it is majorly what it in one line intended to facilitate the global alignment of appropriate regulatory requirements for the quality management system applicable to organization involved in one or more stages of the life cycle of the medical devices. Even life cycle of the medical, what is the life cycle of medical devices? Use, reuse. Life cycle of the medical devices can be classified into use and reuse. Okay, so even if you want to reuse, Amazon पे सब लोग करते हो ना, refurnished आता है ना, means previously used, but again it gone through some quality system check and then again for the sale. So reuse and reuse the must check for the medical devices. Because there were so many events occurred previous. So QMS is the strategic decision of the organization. Strategic decision means whether the organization want to develop their organization as a brand or they want the patient to be safe, they must acquire the quality management system or ISO. So organization environment, change in the environment and influence that organization conformably for the medical devices, organization varying needs, organization particular objectives, so each and everything. whatever the objective you have started with your organization. But suppose you want to deviate, जैसे उसमें क्या होता है बहुत कि suppose you are developing device class B, but now you want to move out to class C, so you have to check the first the regulatory requirements and quality management system कि what you need the minimum requirement for the quality management system for developing class C medical devices. Okay, as we have drug के लिए भी oral के लिए अलग होता है, injectables के लिए अलग होता है, dermal के लिए standards अलग है ना. So same quality system is there. Okay, so you have to maintain those quality system as per requirement. So if we talk about auditing, auditing is the internal standards. GLP में हम अक्सर पढ़ाते हैं good laboratory practice में. If you remove the auditing part from GLP ना, your study will become non-GLP. Only remove auditing part. So your work is instead of GLP, it is non-GLP. It means that this auditing is so important. Means cross-checking of work, cross-checking of steps, cross-checking of raw material we entered, cross-checking of the standard material you entered in your permission, whether it is the same material or not. So there, auditing means cross-checking, simple. As much as you cross-check, your quality will increase. Okay. So there is the 7 principle of the auditing. First is integrity, foundation of procedure means integrity of each and every. Your objective integrity, your device integrity, safety, effectiveness, each and everything. Fair presentation means obligation, what the truthfulness means, as honest as you to observe the findings and report it as such, is the integrity and fair presentation. Due professional care, confidentiality, independence, evidence-based approach and risk-based approach. So now we are mainly dealing with these two, evidence-based approach and risk-based approach. Risk-based approach is mainly taken care by the QMS system. But what about the evidence-based approach? Evidence-based approach is taken care by optimization of your medical devices and validation of by animal study and human study or phase 1, 2, 3 जो भी होता है. Okay, so evidence-based whether it is applicable to the patient or not. Okay, so animal as well as the human. And risk-based approach is mainly for the ISO. So these are the parties mainly involved in the auditing. Who are the major parties? As such, main is the first one is the organization. Okay, organization may appoint auditors, which is known as the internal auditor, or maybe external auditor from the regulators or third party जिसको बोलते हैं regulators or third party. There in the auditing team, auditors will never be alone. Okay, there must be 1 or 2 auditors, lead auditors हो गए है ना, auditors हो गए और उसको inspector बोल लीजिए आप. One is the observer. Who are the observer or the auditing team? What it means? It means that they are in the team of the auditor, but they are only observing what is going on, how it is done. Okay? Okay? Now guideship organization. So these are the 3 parties in the auditings. Whenever you say any quality management system, these are the 3 parties. First party is always organization, because auditing is the major part of the organization. Second party is the subcontractor, supplier, or maybe appointed by the suppliers. Okay? Certification body is the third body. Certification body is, who are the certification body? Who are the certification body? बीच में ये तो क्वेश्चन पूछता रहूँगा, तो मैं भी नहीं सोऊंगा, आप भी नहीं सोओगे. हाँ, who are the auditors?
Licensing authorities.
हाँ, CLA, Central Licensing Authority, who give license. So regulators, simple in one word, regulators. So third party always be the regulators. So what is the purpose of all this? Purpose of all this, whenever you are maintaining any quality system, there is some third party who approve this. Approving based on what? Based on some guideline, ISO standards, QMS. ठीक है, तो उनके माइंड बैक में क्या होता है, ये सारा गाइडलाइन, ये गाइडलाइन आपको मैच करना चाहिए। अगर ये गाइडलाइन आपने मैच किया तो क्वालिटी अप्रूव हो जाएगा, इफ ये आपने मैच नहीं किया तो मैच अप्रूव नहीं होगा, सिंपल, मीन्स नो सर्टिफिकेशन, ठीक है। सो 3 parties. So these are the standard within the ISO 135. What is this? TC 210, and this is mainly for the certification 210. It is our quality system and vocabulary system. That even when we go to integrity of the audit ना, इसमें SAL का अलग मतलब होता है, will का अलग मतलब होता है ना, maybe का अलग मतलब होता है, कुछ मैंडेटरी होता है, कुछ सब्जेक्टिव होता है, कुछ आपको फॉलो करना है। सो दीज आर द वोकैबुलरी गाइडलाइन एंड दिस एमडी मेडिकल डिवाइस QMSC वोकैबुलरी ISO 9001, ये स्टैंडर्ड है, ये सब लोग यही फॉलो करते हैं, ठीक है। सेकेंड इज रिक्वायरमेंट स्टैंडर्ड इज दिस. So what is this ISO 13485? It is the mandatory requirement for the organization who are working on or who are developing the medical devices. ठीक है, vocabulary कहाँ से उठाएंगे? ISO 9001 से. Auditing guide में 9011 is the guideline for audit management system, but you do not go to it. Just understand that quality auditing management system is nothing but the internal audit and external audit. Internal audit to maintain my own organization quality. External audit to give certification or withdraw certification, simple. ठीक है? So these are the internal auditors. Knowledge of, so if some internal, now who may be the internal auditors? जैसे आपके कंपनी में 50 लोग काम कर रहे हैं, आप किसी को भी तो इंटरनल ऑडिटर नहीं बना सकते ना. So what are the major criteria? Major criteria that person should be trained by the QCI of India, Quality Control Council of India, or regulator CLA, CDSCO से ट्रेन होना चाहिए नॉलेज ऑफ द 134 स्टैंडर्ड्स. उससे वो ट्रेनिंग उसको कंप्लीट होना चाहिए, तभी वो इंटरनल ऑडिटर हो सकता है, ठीक है. दूसरा, नॉलेज ऑफ इंटरनल ऑडिटर प्रोसेस में क्या आ जाता है? एट्रीब्यूट्स, प्रिंसिपल, मींस दीज आर नथिंग बट द पार्ट ऑफ ISO 13485 सिंपली वे में, ठीक है. उसमें हम क्लॉजेज में डिफाइन किया हुआ है. जो ISO 13485 है, इट इज नथिंग बट द क्लॉजेज मेड इन द 10 clauses, मेजर clauses, which say about the documentation. Some clauses will say about the skills to be developed. Some clauses will say you about the person to be involved in the auditing. Some clauses will say about the process of auditing. Okay, some clauses will say about the who are the person must be involved and to whom it is reported. These are the general process of the 13485. Okay, so internal auditor competence, ठीक है, these are the training. So the auditing method is majorly of the 2 types. या तो ऑडिटर विद इन द आपके कैंपस है तो दैट मे डू द ऑन साइट मीन्स विद इन द कैंपस फिजिकल वे में ऑडिटिंग. बट एक होता है रिमोटेडली और ऑनलाइन. समटाइम्स जैसे कोविड में बहुत सारे ऑडिटिंग ऑनलाइन ही हुए, है ना. देयर इज सम ऑडिटर्स आर स्टक समवेयर बट दे वांट टू डू द ऑडिटिंग बट ऑनलाइन. सो 2 प्रोसेस है, फिजिकल एंड ऑनलाइन प्रेजेंटेशन ज्यादा होता है. ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन, नो ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन, दैट मीन द लॉट. आधे तो यहीं पे पकड़े जाते हैं, ठीक है. वेन एवर ऑडिटर्स गो, ऑडिटिंग टीम गोज ना, मेनली ओपन कॉन्फ्रेंस होता है, जिसको बोलते हैं टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज में ओपन कॉन्फ्रेंस. ओपन कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये होता है कि हम डिफाइन करते हैं कि हम क्यों आए, या व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ कमिंग टू ऑडिट सम स्पेसिफिक स्टडी, or whether we want to audit some process or whether I want to audit the site. Okay, we have to define opening remark. Opening conference बोलते हैं auditing के language में. So वो remark के बाद they have to tell out their plan, their master sheet and everything. They have to provide us. Okay, वो जब provide करते हैं, you can take suppose out of 50 studies going on or there are 50 processes going on, you can take 1 or 2 randomly, or you are specifically gone for some specific topic, put out that topic, take each and every file, then these 2 types of interaction happen, human interaction and non-human. Non-human interaction means go to the site and look at the site ki how the process is carrying out. Inhuman और human interaction का मतलब होता है कि आप उसे इंटरव्यू करोगे कि आपने अच्छा ये बनाया, कब बनाया था, कहाँ पे एंट्री की थी, आपने इसमें लॉगबुक में एंट्री किया कि नहीं किया, ठीक है, अगर किया तो लॉगबुक लेके आओ, दिखाओ कब किया, ठीक है, अगर इसका रॉ डेटा है तो किस कंप्यूटर में सेव है, वो कंप्यूटर क्वालिटी कंट्रोल वो सील्ड है कि नहीं, मीन्स दैट कंट्रोल में मेरे होता है कि दिस टाइम ऑफ द इंटरेक्शन विल बी डन, ठीक है, मीन्स इट इज नथिंग बट द क्रॉस चेकिंग व्हाट यू हैव डन इज ऑलरेडी डन और नॉट डन, अंडरस्टूड. तो दीज आर नथिंग बट द प्रोसेस ऑफ द क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, ठीक है. So after that वो सर्टिफिकेशन मिलता है, ठीक है. तो these are the process approach, the same as we have the process within the organization, we have the out of the organization also cell process as well as within the organization. So we have the within the organization segment wise, अलग अलग segment का अगर आपके पास labs है तो अलग अलग segment का, if you have the same तो same, वो तो mainly थी the planning of the management, okay. So how we do and process. This is the major ISO 134. अगर पूरे प्रेजेंटेशन में आप सिर्फ ये भी याद रख लोगे ना तो I will be successful after lunch session. ठीक है. It means that it say about the two things. PDCA concept बोलते हैं auditing में. Plan, do, okay, concept and act. Concept and act. PDCA कॉन्सेप्ट बोलते हैं. तो ये जो PDCA कॉन्सेप्ट है ना ISO 1384 को एक क्लाउजेस में जो बताया था मैंने, क्लाउजेस में डिफाइन किया है. वो क्लाउजेस क्या क्या है? क्लॉज 8 इज इम्प्रूवमेंट, द वे हाउ यू हैव टू मेक द इम्प्रूवमेंट विथ एग्जिस्टिंग मटेरियल और यू वांट टू ऐड सम मटेरियल. तो उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट, एनालिसिस ऑफ डेटा, कंट्रोल ऑफ नॉन कन्फॉर्मेशन डेटा, मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ मेजरमेंट एंड जनरल, ये क्लॉज के अंदर आ गया. दूसरा क्लॉज है 7 जो बोलते हैं रियलाइजेशन. रियलाइजेशन इज नथिंग बट द व्हाट एवर द प्रोसेस एंड डिजाइन यू हैव फॉलोड विद इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दैट शुड बी एज फार एज इट शुड नॉट चेंज एवरी टाइम. सो भी क्लियर कट डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होना चाहिए. वो क्लॉज 7 बताता है. क्लॉज 4 बताता है रिक्वायरमेंट्स को लेके कि आपको क्या क्या रिक्वायरमेंट्स है, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, प्लानिंग, वो सब डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में आ जाता है, ठीक है. क्लॉज 5 इज नथिंग बट द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. व्हाट आई सेड, if you have 50%, each person is responsible for some work, and that work they must got some training to do that work. So this is nothing but the quality management system, ठीक है. Clause 6 is resource, from where you get each and every resource, okay. From where each and every resource का मतलब raw material, reagents, आपका अगर मेडिकल डिवाइस है, स्क्रू हो गया, किस मेटल का स्क्रू है, दैट ऑल, दीज ऑल आर द डिफाइंड वे, ठीक है ना. ऐसा नहीं कभी एल्यूमिनियम का बना लिया, कभी स्टील का बना लिया, है ना. ठीक. तो PDCA कॉन्सेप्ट याद रखना. प्लान, डू, चेक एंड एक्ट, ठीक है. सो मेनली प्लान इज प्लान फॉर एस्टैब्लिश ऑब्जेक्टिव एंड प्रोसेस. D मीन्स, do means implement and process those. C is nothing but a monitor measure. Act is action taken for the any improvement within that, okay. So these are the major requirements of the 134852016 normative reference term definition. I am not going to detail, but yes, whenever we are doing this quality management system as per ISO 138, it means that you must follow the management responsibilities, source management and product realization with the risk management system. ये 4 वर्ड याद रखना है, ठीक है. So requirements of ISO. This international standard specifies the requirement for a quality management system can used by the organization involved in one or more stages of the life cycle of the medical device. What it mean? It means that अगर कोई पार्ट पूजा ही बता रहा है ना, वो उसको ही फॉलो करना है, या फिर जो उससे खरीदेगा that should have the implication ISO का, ठीक है ना. This include design, development, production, storage and distribution, installation, service, final decommission and the disposal of medical devices. Means क्या है, बेचने तक का ही नहीं बोलता ISO. वो क्या बोलता है, even some अगर कुछ आप उसमें डिस्टर्बेंस हो गया है, कुछ स्पेसिफिसिटी लॉस हुआ, सेंसिटिविटी लॉस हुआ, रिकॉलिंग ऑफ दो मेडिकल डिवाइसेज, रिपेयर और decommission और disposal of medical devices. इन सब का भी एसओपी रेडी होना चाहिए, ठीक है। एंड डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ प्रोविजन एसोसिएटेड मेडिकल डिवाइस requirement international standard can use to supply external parties provided product, raw material, components, sub assemblies, medical devices, sterilization, calibration, each and every services. कोई कंपनी हो सकता है किसी एक नहीं, सपोज कोई स्टरलाइजेशन कर रहा है तो छोटा सा यूनिट है वो स्टरलाइजेशन ही कर रहा है, बट दे कैन ऑल्सो टेक दिस ISO 13487 का सर्टिफिकेशन ले सकता है, बिकॉज ही कैन गिव सर्विस टू दोज ISO big companies, ठीक है ना। So these are the things. So supplier external parties. So ultimately these. So these are the major the risk management system, which is the major part of the QMS. Major part means whenever we are doing design change process, design and development process, purchase process, supplier selection. I mean these are the requirement of organization which do for development of medical devices, each and every process. वो सारे का अलग अलग रिस्क मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम होता है, ठीक है, जिसको हम बोलते हैं आइडेंटिफिकेशन एनालिसिस असेसमेंट एंड हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू कंट्रोल दोज रिस्क फॉर सेफ्टी कंसर्न ऑर्डर, ठीक है। सो दीज आर नथिंग बट द ऑडिट प्रोसेस. If you want internal auditors to be done the audit, only audit stage 2, 1, 2 and first survey, second survey is the work of the internal audit. Means it is after the certification or before the certification. Means suppose you want to apply for certification, then what will happen? Some external auditor or inspector will come to your organization. So these things should be at the place. तभी तो वो आके सर्टिफिकेट जो सर्टिफिकेशन ऑडिटर है वो सर्टिफाई करेगा या फिर देखेगा स्टैंडर्ड मेंटेन है कि नहीं. अंडरस्टूड. सो दीज आर इंटरनल पार्ट इज द वर्क ऑफ द इंटरनल ऑडिटर. बट सर्टिफिकेट इंस्टॉलेशन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एक्टिविटी मीन्स फॉर द एप्लीकेशन फॉर द सर्टिफिकेशन एंड रीसर्टिफिकेशन ऑडिट और सर्टिफिकेशन ऑडिट, it is the major work of the external auditor or certificating auditors. ठीक है. But the thing is that what to audit, that depends for which your organization is responsible. So these are I'm not going to tell, but yes, whenever some internal auditor is there, again already said, a skill worker होना चाहिए, knowledge होना चाहिए, already evidence based, training मिला होना चाहिए, understanding the management system, understanding risk management, understanding the other applicable standard. So these are the good communication skill and all those. And basically whenever we are dealing with any animal study, any human study, any patient, ethics come in place. So you may want, you may not want, ethics always be in the place. So major. Okay? So these are, I think I will finish with, these are the benefit of the ISO certification. Benefit ISO certification means it maintain the quality as well as the integrity of medical devices for the quality check and reduce the risk. ठीक है. So enhance the product quality. Ultimately, a standard promote the structure approach to the quality control and risk management. Improve the market access. If your product is good enough, many public will take, many parties will take your items, medical devices. Increase customer trust is the major role of this ISO 13490. Reduced cost. Why reduced cost? Because it is one-time investment as a quality management system. If once you develop that system, that SOP on place, then it is just and follow those SOPs. Okay? So cost is, yes, initial cost is high, but recurring cost is low in quality management system. Okay? So this is how I think, so I think I have done. So this is quality control system. If any question, I will happy to answer.
I want to ask a question.
Yes, yes, ma'am, please.
All this is after the post-marketing surveillance or before it? The auditor process is before post-marketing surveillance?
No, ma'am. This is for the developing. What you have said, this is already my device is ready. Okay. My device is ready to use. Then I will go for the pre-clinical and clinical. Okay. Then post-marketing survey at that time. But this is before the developing the medical device. Any questions?
Okay. actually we kept the topic of internal audit. There is a reason to it. There is a new recommendation, as I said in the morning, that hospital can directly import a medical device. So if you directly import a medical device, then you should have a system that how do you check the quality. So maybe that committee you are going to form, and they can also have an additional duty for checking the medical device quality. That can be done. So what I'm going to do is I'll just quickly run the slide and then we can discuss the panel discussion, because we are going to have a meeting on 25th with NMC, with IPC and NMC, because as the recommendation came, there are a lot of queries and phone call. So I requested that can you have a joint meeting with NMC, a representative, so that how medical college will constitute a committee for medical device and who will be the member, and we can raise the queries also. Then later what we are going to do is we are going to put it in IPC website, frequently asked question, so that all these questions, whatever the gray area, it can be addressed. So we are discussing about devices, and as you can say that most consumer without instruction, and such as reading the glasses or elastic bandages that require different evidence profile when you compare with a ventilator, or those should give a life support. So there are a lot of variation it comes when you talk about devices. Simple devices to very complex one, and most modern one where it required software. So that is why when you look at the regulation, like if you look at 1996, so there is a recommendation in US about fair packaging and labeling act, because it should reflect, because anything goes wrong, where you are going to read, it's a manual, or it's going to read the packages. But if you look at that recommendation in 1976, actually that it was an amendment, devices amendment, because during that time there are 200 cases came of intrauterine devices where they have a pelvic diseases, and there are a lot of mortality also if you look at that, and that required a recommendation for that 2 lakh women, they were harmed by use of one of the seal of intrauterine devices intended for contraception. So that became a lead that you need to look at differently, and that is why they recommended for device amendment for Food and Drug Cosmetic Act. So the question comes is, you say it is safe. Then you again ask a leading question, how safe it is, till what time it is safe, or something like that, if it is remaining inside the body. So here the Safe Medical Device Act is passed in 1990 in US. Okay, so if you look at this, it is requiring in nursing home, hospital, facilities, use of medical devices, and all the incidents suggest, and that is why if we collect all the data, it will be helpful for us to have a stringent regulation. Okay, so that is why if you look at a manufacturer are required to conduct post-marketing surveillance. So look at 1990, it is based on all the incident happened. And then second recommendation is permanently implanted devices whose failure might cause serious harm or death, and to establish a method for tracing and locating the patient depending on such devices, and that is why USFDA had put the recommendation. Similarly, even Europe also, they started with 1990 concerning with medical device, all the regulation came with in the European Union. So again in 2002, under medical device use, the Free Modernization Act, fees are assessed sponsor medical device application for evaluation, provision to establish device establishment inspection by accredited third party. Okay, so normally when you see that how the organization should be there, so there is an internal accreditation. So that means there is an independent body. We talk about like in lab also quality assurance unit, or there is a quality assurance and quality control. So they independently do it, and then also there is an external agency who do it, and that by a regulator. So this is how Office of Combination Product was formed, Office of Commissioner of Medical Device Use Free or Modernization Act, and that's all. So later in 2003, WHO said that medical device regulation, global overview and guiding principle. So that is what you say, that when you see the regulation, you look at ICH country, okay? How US is doing, how Canada is doing, how Europe is doing, how Japan, Australia will look at. And one more promising member is Brazil in a pharmaceutical sector. So WHO put the regulation. So again 2007, we have a C certification. Like if we ask the student, you know, how do you procure any instrument, okay, or any devices? So they'll say that, okay, is it certified by India, okay, by standardization organization? Is it certified by Europe? Then you say US, any of the ICH country. So that become important. So 2012, Food and Drug Administration Safety and Innovation Act they passed. So they expand FDA user industry found review for innovative drug, medical devices, generic drug, biosimilar. So if you can see that today there are new area. New area how? You say cell-based therapy, biologics. Even today you say that we have an ethical concept, we have a deliberation. There are a lot of cardiac catheter, it is reused. You know or not? There are a lot of cardiac catheter, it is reused. You can see the studies also after they dead, they take out from the dead body. If somebody is going to do it, you say, do you have a facilities for sterilization, or you make sure that quality at par? So you know that when earlier we do not remove this leg vein because later in your life you require for coronary artery. But if you use a leg vein, that only gives 10 to 12 years. But later we say that can you go for internal memory artery, that will give it more than 20 years. So when you say reuse of cardiac catheter, maybe it is cost effective, but it is already used. How long it is going to be sustainable? So these are things come. Then Medical Device User Fee Modernization Act, again it passed through for reauthorized use fee for industry found review medical devices. So these are, you know, gradually. Even 2013 also guideline was used in India. Then in 2017 European Union again they released a guideline, and 2018 in India. Then now all this global organization regulator, they put it as, can you make it a most low risk device? Obviously, you know that when it is A and B, it is low risk, okay? And beyond C and D, if you see that it is moderate to high risk and high risk. So approximately, if you look at that, 4% of the medical device, it comes in high risk, or you say innovative moderate risk, you know, devices. So that means you have to be very careful, continuous monitoring should be there for all these 4% devices. Let me tell you, as a student or as a doctor, when you have an intern, you go to medicine, you go to surgery, you go to different branches, you can make a list of devices you use. We do not realize that day-to-day activity when you work. So this is how we have to say that high risk, innovative, moderate risk, it focus on primary focus today's discussion, and definitely unless we generate in a clinical setting, so you'll not be able to do it. And one more important point is that if you see safety and efficacy in Western population, but when the product it comes to India, we say that how Indian population is going to behave. Okay, and we also look at in a different manner, how North Indian, how South Indian, West Indian, East Indian, that data you need to have that. If you have that data, then it is very, very robust data that you can say that we can rely that this device is okay, this product is okay, and that is what we have to generate that. So when you talk change in a clinical trial, you know, when you say clinical trial and you did a clinical trial, now you are going to use in a practice, then what is a real world? We call it a real world because you are going to do it because in a clinical trial, you have a very controlled population. You have a set of inclusion and exclusion criteria, but when it comes to the real world, there are a lot of comorbid conditions. Somebody asks, you know, is it because of device? Is it because of underlying disease condition? So it makes a lot of difference when you come to the real world. So here if you see that device disease condition is required alternative approach because you conduct a large randomized control double-blind studies, increase flexibility of studies. We use adaptive design, statistical analysis, or infeasible conduct of the trial for implementation device because it is impractical, unethical to use some control target patient population in the risk. So if we look at quality of the trial, even if we plan for an experimental study, you have a control, you have a vehicle control, you have a positive and negative control. Okay? But if you say, you have a sum operator, you cannot do it in a clinical trial. It will be not an ethical. So these are the lacking points. So alternative data source, if you see that opportunity for leveraging the alternative data such as existing registry. So one thing is there is that, you can start a registry. All the disease right now we started registry for device also you can start a registry. Okay? So you might have seen that there is a study done for an cardiac eluting stent. And they had done a huge number of population. Okay? So they wanted to do it how Indian population will be responding to the catheter compared to the Western population. So this kind of registry is going to help you about outcome because you have a long-term follow-up of the patient. If you use a device, how long they live, what is the quality of life, this registry will help you and it will be better that when you get in clinical trial, you can re-verify the data. So this is how we can do. Clinical trial is not able to answer most critical questions related to safety and effectiveness. So use the modeling and engineering case for reduce the clinical. So today we talked about artificial intelligence. Okay, you take an input and can you predict by using artificial intelligence. But it is the greatest safety concern, pacemaker in MRI. Okay, I kept the slide because he's from the radiology. So here you see the potential cardiac lead act as an antenna, so the radio frequency, everything it can be done. So we can develop a technique, we can also see that how you can generate the data for in terms of safety in Indian population, and that also you can say, can I go for a stratified population, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, or different comorbid condition. So this is how all the validation safety data can be done. So again, modeling, engineering, test, clinical trial requirement, so specific design minimize, or because 75% pacemaker can have a clinical indication of MRI. So here you can do a lot of studies and prospective study, and you can also look at the retrospective data and put it for a prospective. So this is how we can go for it. So use evidence for clinical experience, like if you say transcatheter valve therapy, registry, it actually helps the people for a long-term use. So there is another example of TBT registry along with the data. So here what we wanted to say that not only clinical trial, because there is a lot of lacking point or there is a lot of gray area, you cannot do it as a good quality clinical trial for a medical device. So if you can alternative point, you can go for a registry, and that is sufficient to generate the data. So these are some of the examples. So if you say medical challenges in clinical trial, you say device trial tend to enroll fewer patients. You do a pilot, okay? Then you go for a pivotal. Then you go for a post-marketing. So here challenges is that endpoint designed to show reasonable assurance for safety effectiveness lead to the most sample size. So it is actually underpopulation. Sample size is not adequate. So this is how we can take an example of slight medical product, ARGAS. So these are the examples which is done by similar medical device assessed to tentative improvement of previous generation of device. So you always say that you have a device, one model, then you improve the model. How it will be better in terms of a compliance, in terms of a safety and efficacy. So these are the example of all the devices truly new, nature of the device development, integrated development technology, science advance. Many cases of clinical data is required to evaluate benefit and risk and original devices. So this is how we can take an example. Similar device design procedure may be modified during the trial. You know that anything changes during the trial, obviously you have to go for an informed consent, okay? But you have a justification that by modification it will improve the benefit and in terms of efficacy also. So there are a couple of examples. We have balloon system for dual intragastric balloon approved in 2015 for weight reduction. So these are the example is there. Then adaptive design is it's like COVID. You might have seen that most of the clinical trials, like there are new concept came during the COVID clinical trial. Decentralized clinical trial, adaptive design. These were not there earlier concept because people are not able to come to hospital. Then investigator used to go to their house and to go for evaluation. So these are also adaptive design, but you do not get a real. You change according to your convenience. So that is why you say the adaptive design are becoming more common for device, and that is why these are the example of adaptive design, how you are going to. Device trial is likely to be blinded or randomized. It may not be feasible for blinding or masking. Okay, so what you do is, so then if you cannot go for a blinding, you can say that you could plan for a study, can you go for an observational blind? You got the point. At least you have a good quality. You can say that in terms of publication also. So this is what the example of many device trial blinding randomization is impractical. Nature of device condition under the study FDA. So then these are the example of surgical one trial. You can go for a blinding. So this is how we go for it. Then some cases existing data partially fully structured prospective data. What I see is maybe you can look at a retrospective. Then you can plan for a prospective. That is also one of the areas. So this is how FDA considered for clinical trial available for external prospective study for specific purpose for marketing application. So ultimately, you know that regulation is a dynamic process. Since 1960, then 76, then 1999 till today, we again go for a regulation dynamic process as we need to amendment. When there is a challenge, so definitely we will deliberate and go for an amendment. So these are for a diagnostic one that, as you know, that in India for state licensing authority and central licensing authority, these are. So, but one thing is that classification of medical device other than in vitro diagnosis, you can say non-invasive medical device come in contact with or there may be possibility of injuring the skin. Second point, if you say non-invasive medical device challenging the storage substances, non-medical devices modifying the composition of substances. Other than non-invasive, invasive one is transient use, short-term use, long-term use, and connection. So here if you see that it is always how much clinical duration you are going to use it. Then you say low risk, moderate risk, high risk. What we quantify, at least 4% are very high risk, then you have to be very, very careful. So this is how you can go for a surgically invasive short-term use, or you can say implantable medical device, invasive long-term use, then active therapeutic medical devices administering exchanging energy, active diagnostic, then medical device incorporating medicinal product. So this is also one important point is you have a drug-eluting stand. Okay, or if you say you use a medical device with nano product, you got it point. So there is a cardiac eluting stain in terms of the nano product. So if it is nano product, that means you need to go for a long-term toxicity study, okay? Because nano will be retained in the tissue for a long time. So you are going to question this, can it cause mutagenicity and carcinogenicity? So this is how medical incorporate animal, human tissue or derivatives. If you tomorrow use a cell-based therapy, stem cell therapy, pluripotent in a device, how regulation should address that, and sterilization, disinfection, contraceptive use. So these are classifications we have already discussed. But if you say, Schedule 1 and Part 2, in vitro diagnostic with detecting transmissible diseases like STD, okay, blood grouping, diagnostic. So this is how we put it in category based on in the regulation. So this is how low risk, high risk, and classification in vitro. And you can say the second and third schedule, we put third schedule document submitted, registration of notified. So depending on a class of device, you ask for a series of document. And that is for the checklist you need to verify that what are the data is need to be done. Document required for manufacturing and import license. So these are the documents are required. And similarly for Schedule 4 also, content of site, plant master file, device master file. So our regulation is detailed, like for the drug, you have a drug master file, devices master file, everything details will be there. So 5th schedule, quality management system, this is very important. How do you say your organization is strong? if you have a strong quality management system. Okay, so they can verify that the post-approval major minor changes, how you are going to age schedule is exemption. So these are MD1, these are the forms are there. We have this form, accordingly you make an application. So this is how. Now, let's take an example of some of the diagnostic. If you say reagent, calibrator, control material kit, instrument, apparatus, equipment, system, specimen, or any of the used in combination with devices, what you are going to do? Okay? So if you say any instrument, what you say? ID number, calibration, when there is a due for next calibration. You look at internal standard, external standard. So here if you see that concerning physiological, pathological state, congenital anomaly determined. So on examination derived of humans solely, principally purpose for providing diagnostic, monitoring and compatible one. Here if you see, in case of in vitro diagnosis, we have a clinical chemistry, microbiology, immunology, molecular diagnosis, disease and disorder. So here the situation is that how many notified? So if you say in vitro diagnosis, HIV is notified, surface antigen is notified, hepatitis C is notified, blood grouping. But if you say we are facing common problem for malaria, tuberculosis. Okay, so if you look at the kit, it is non-notified, dengue, chikungunya, typhoid, syphilis, cancer. So we might have seen in a website a couple of years back. So these are the kits you should not use. During the COVID also we have a doubt, some of the kit, it was not to be used. Some of the kit was sent back from Chennai airport because it was being notified in Italy and Spain of Chinese product. Okay, so then you have to be very careful. You have to keep that. So we can say there are a lot of instrument it is used. Some simple example, we used to use mercury manometer earlier. We do not use right now because of mercury poisoning. So when you require a calibration for mercury blood pressure, it is once in a year. So if we use an aneroid manometer, this is aneroid, it requires 6 monthly. So how many hospital we practice that all the BP instrument, it is monitored, calibrated 6 monthly. And anybody have an internal quality management, they certified. Because if you use that instrument, you have a high blood pressure, so you don't have contact time, you immediately start antihypertensive. So that is why it is very important to look at even therapeutic, all the devices also, these are the therapeutic devices. So there are a lot of cases have been reported of the devices. So in our institute, what we do is we put that poster in every ward and we make it a point that 6 monthly we change it. Okay, so if you say there is a medical event, whom to report, how to report, and number is there. So this is how we put, then we develop one device. So if you go to the ward, the people work for 10 to 12 hours. And if you say that can you report it, fill the form, they'll say they don't have a time. We said you just press the button, okay, we'll get an information in a mobile that there is an event take place. So this is an Android application, and this is a system with it work. So we get all the linking at the work. And we just put it in a kind of an inauguration in our institute. We wanted to do a collaborative study so that it can be implemented. So we always look for a cost factor, how much one instrument, because suppose we have 2,000 bed or 3,000 bed in this ward. Every ward you are going to put this instrument. So maybe 1,000 rupees is enough, So this is how we do it. So ultimately all this we are working because of patient safety. Okay? So if you go to Geneva, I used to go, again I'm going there. So you go to the lake and there's a fountain. And this fountain signifies the patient safety. But during the COVID time, we also learned that there is a healthcare worker safety is also important. Okay, so all PBPI, MBPI, Hemovigilance, all this system, we are working toward the patient safety and healthcare worker safety. So this is how we, in a IPC we do, these are some of the books. So this is my group. So Jai Hind. Thank you very much. So we can go for a panel discussion, and I request Dr. Malika to invite the expert. And as you know that there is an NMC recommendation for medical college to constitute the medical device committee. So if you have any question, and anyway, 25th we are going to have a meeting with NMC, and there we wanted to discuss if you consider a committee, who should be the member. I actually got a lot of telephonic calls, then I requested IPC that can you call a meeting so that it will be streamlined for everybody can join. And because you know that many medical colleges, if you say include a biomedical engineer, they may not have it. So they may have to outsource a biomedical engineer from outside. Okay, so that we are going to do it. So I request Dr. Monica to start it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, it was insightful session, and many unseen aspects were covered by you and Ajay Prakash sir, and it was very thought-provoking, and I hope this has a long way to go. We have also encouraged us to try upon new things in terms of developing our own system of reporting, like you have shared yours, which is very impressive. And we are also going to ask you about the same, how we can start here, because we are much more huge infrastructure where ADR monitoring and MDMC monitoring is really difficult task, because people do not have actually no time at all. So we have to take out the time from that limited time, and we have to devise a mechanism where we can actually make the difference and work upon for patient safety. Important point is usually the preclinical and non-clinical branches are being taken like we are not involved anywhere. But we are the basics where all the learned people go and take care of the patient. And pharmacology is a branch which is not given much importance only when it comes to DM pharmacology, clinical pharmacology. But we are everywhere. You talk about a surgical branch, it cannot go without medicine. So wherever there is a drug, there is pharma. And now important thing is patient safety. Who's going to ensure it? We are the backbones, and we could be the pioneers in setting gold standards for the other healthcare professional to set up a system at our institute, and this is the need of the hour. We can be the leaders in near future when we can conduct this sort of a workshop. I'm pretty sure that in upcoming days we are going to make big difference in people's heart in accepting the reality that yes, it needs to be reported. Now I would request Ajay Prakash sir to please come up on the dais, and also Naveen to please come up on the dais, and if any questions are there, because there is a very important question which is to be asked, that how do you cope up with this medical device reporting system? In what type of manner you can frame a committee? So sir, let me share my institutional experience that as soon as the public notice was being issued and there was a need of a committee, Principal sir and I sat together, and he said that I suggested him that there should be persons who are actually using all these medical devices. So what we have decided is, because there are a lot of branches, so we have taken one person from medicine and allied branch, one other person from surgery and allied branch, other person from the super specialty surgical branch, and another person from medicine super specialty branch, where all these things are being used up. Of course, there may be pharmacologists too. And I just want to say this, that giving the task to many of them will not make a much difference. Important thing is, whoever the person is should be dedicated person. We have to identify those passionate persons who really want to work up. And important thing is, again, hand-holding. Because if across the field we do not talk to each other, communicate each other over a cup of tea, over a cup of tea in a meeting, functional meeting, then only we will be able to make some sea changes. So I would like to know your views, because as per my view, we need to involve the persons who are actually the healthcare professionals. So we can hold hands with them, but the important thing is, आप बताइए sir कि in what way the committee should be formed to make it more functional and very effective.
Definitely the coordination is from Pharmacology coordinator, or you have a deputy coordinator. So you can see that the number of devices used, like if you go to cardiology,
yes,
okay, if you go to neurosurgery, if you go to pediatric surgery, so you can just make a list that how many devices you use. So if they have been incorporated as a member, so it will be easier to report also than for deliberation also. So that is one. But one thing is there that if you have a biomedical engineer, so that should be included. There are a lot of people that ask is, should the chairman is the medical superintendent or the principal? So you can put that same question that whether it should be a medical superintendent or a principal or a director, you know. So person who can give the time. Okay, if somebody is so busy not giving the time, so then it will be not a workable. Because when in 2009 we recommended for Pharmacovigilance committee, all the colleges Pharmacovigilance committee was formed. What happened that when you go for NMC, like we are also NMC assessor, we go for that how many report you submitted. So there you can say that they show some of the data, and when we verify from RPC, data is different. Okay, so I went couple of times to NMC that can you harmonize that whatever data is submitted, so in NMC inspection, it should be tell you with IPC. Okay, because they ain't tell you the busy flow, so it should be tell you with that. So if we create a committee, but it should be workable practically, you know. So there should be system that at frequent interval they call a meeting, and accordingly it is acting. Like you remember that recently there is a Times of India report. It is written in a headline, 70% of the medical college ethics committee are dysfunctional.
I know, this is not true.
So have you seen that report? After that meeting was called, then there's a policy that can you go for a supervision of ethics committee when they call the meeting that we supervise, but definitely confidentially need to be maintained. But if you have a self-regulation, means we feel that we need to work, so definitely it should be working. So there is one mechanism that should be there that it is working. Otherwise it will be on paper and there will be no practical output that should be there. So I just request a comment from the faculty member, student, how should we go in?
So we have Dr. Ambika from respiratory medicine. What do you feel about it? Do you want to be an integral part of this committee? Because see, if I
can be the device related. If I am in the respiratory medicine and most of the ventilator related, we know the Philips incidents, what happened with the foam dislodging thing, and that it is such a big brand, it was all stopped in the market. So we are aware about all this thing, but somebody has brought, we have not brought this and found this, that this device can be that harmful that even it can lead to the death of the patient. But we were thinking as a clinician, it's a very important to give a BiPAP machine or an aegis machine out to the patient. So one is very important that awareness should be there, and it can be brought by many persons, not that the only pharma person can take.
No, my question was
So involvement. So involvement is important, ma'am. So you need to handpick the persons,
So I'm handpicking you.
Yes,
I'm handpicking you. So are you ready for the job done? Because see, what I feel is as we grow older and wiser, the intensity of doing the work also decreases and the interest level also decreases. Although we disagree to the statement because all the stalwarts who are sitting on the dais, they are actually not fit for this. They are doing much more hard work. But the receptivity at the level of the junior person is quite good. This is what I felt. So in cardiology, I also picked up AP. So that and he was ready also. I've taken a consent to all of them. So I just want to include your name also. Are you ready for this? We'll be taking different sessions at different, because we have 12 attached hospitals. So we have to take different sessions.
I'm very happy and glad that I'm considered it, and it's very important. I'm very motivated and good. I attended this. So many devices of respiratory also we know, and we day in and out struggle with some kind of troubleshooting with them, and sometimes we think it's just a technical thing. Now today after going through the whole day, I feel that there was something I have to set the alarm raise or something. I should have done that. So I'm very happy to be part of this committee, and I can even it's kind of session we can take for our.
We all are together. The only thing is we just need to hold our hands together, and if you are saying yes, I'll include your name also. So we can. Sir, what are the minimum members we need to put into, or any maximum or minimum?
So if there is an internet connection, I'll just show the SOPs that we have in our website.
Okay. So he is going to answer that. What are the minimum committee members should be there, and what all members? Because see, there may be SOPs, but there has to be some difference at various institutes depending upon the requirement. So in our institute, I am not aware whether your SOPs will work or not.
It's flexible.
It's a flexible one.
I think what you can do is you can just look at that SOP, you can adopt that SOP, and when you have a meeting on 25th, so ultimately you can take a final one, final constitution.
That will be.
So this is the constitution that we have created currently. So the head of the institution, medical superintendent, dean, head of the department, as Smiti sir has already told, that whoever has the time to spare, they can be the chairman for the committee. Coordinator and deputy coordinator of the MDMC shall act as the member secretary. And procurement and administration officer, since whenever there is an adverse event related to a medical device that you are putting forward for the committee, they can raise any activities related to that. They can forward it to the manufacturer, or they can give their insights on that. Subject experts from different clinical departments, as ma'am has said, from cardiology department, ophthalmology, respiratory. They can have experts from different department as a member. And biomedical engineer, it is a very critical one for us. And yes.
That is what.
Yes.
That is what I said, that we have a huge biomedical division, PGIMER, engineering division. Even when the Materiovigilance came, I said I have given to biomedical engineering. Then when it was not working on, then I took myself. So you can outsource like a biomedical engineer from other than institute is not there. That can be external member. Yeah. So those are related to analytical instruments, so they can be part. So we can invite them for a member. And second thing is that we have to also prepare mandate of this committee.
Yes, sir. So
we have to also. So what is a mandate? So according to the mandate, they are going to work on it.
So we have some roles and responsibilities. So this is the constituents of the committee. Yes, ma'am, it is available. So this is the roles and responsibilities of the Materiovigilance Expert Committee. So the committee shall be responsible for planning, implementing and monitoring of various activities of the MEPA program in the MDMC, reviewing and analyzing adverse events to evaluate and assess MDA reports to identify risks and trends, conducting root cause analysis of adverse events related to the suspected medical device reported to NCC, MEPA, IPC in order to determine their causal relationship to the device and identify any other potential contributing factors unrelated to the device, assessing and managing risks based on the adverse event analysis, recommending and tracking CAPA for safety issues, contributing continuously in improving materials processes. So analyzing post-market data to identifying emerging risks, engaging with other external experts for complex safety assessments if required, conducting regular reviews of product safety and recommend necessary actions. I think similar committee is available for pharmacovigilance.
Yeah. So there also, like if suppose somebody do not have an expertise on biomedical engineer, so you can also take it from other institute.
Yes.
And only thing you have to make an SOP that he can or she can join on online. Yeah.
Yes.
So then it is acceptable. When it is acceptable, convenient also. Yeah.
Yes.
So you can.
Whichever is, for example, Chandigarh is having a better infrastructure. You can have the biomedical engineer join virtually and review
Letter
the cases.
of invitation we go to them.
Yes.
Yeah. They'll join.
That's what
online.
IPC is also.
Yeah.
We have partners meeting experts. Everyone is from outside.
So we wanted to have an input from your side. How do you look at that? Because this is going to start. Do you look at it is extra work or it will be streamlined the medical device center?
Now the audience left are pharmacology residents.
So any resident you wanted to comment? How do you think? Sir, आप बता दीजिए. एक बार mic दे दो. Can you give the mic?
Yeah, sir, it seems to be a good initiative and good cross-check mechanism. Definitely, with that kind of committee, we should have some kind of vigilance about the materials used in and different equipments pertaining to different fields. Like you told about 30% equipments are based on the diagnostic equipments, and they going to be visualized by having such team combination of team. So definitely it's good initiative, and I think we are on the right track to have some kind of good results in future.
No, that is what that when you make an SOP for this committee, no? So how frequently you are going to meet? But there is an event take place, so you can call for an emergency meeting also. So that is also there in the SOP.
Yes, sir. So we have the SOP. So currently we have set it as 1 month for convening of the committee. So this is what general practice.
1 month.
Yes, ma'am. Every month, because we collect it on monthly basis. So they review the cases on monthly basis and they'll give the inputs.
So what I want to say is this is a recently laid down committee.
Yes,
So we'll
ma'am.
extend it and we'll follow the SOPs. And,
Yes.
No, one thing it is important that when you have a report, it should not be pending for a long time. So it should be deliberated. If you have a report of January, don't do it in May or June. You know, it should be with a time frame.
Yes,
So that is also important. Yeah.
that is very important.
Yes. 15 days and 30 days.
So finally, the Materiovigilance program of India has come to an end in the sensitization part, and with a new beginning and new promises in the heart that we are going to do a lot of different work now apart from what we are doing. We are going to take new initiative and we will become the leaders very soon if we all club together in terms of so thank you all who are still sitting here, listening carefully, trying to grab up new things. I will just propose my vote of thanks quickly. As I've already said many thanks to many times, still I am again conveying my thanks to Dr. Vikas Bedi sir, Dr. Ajay Prakash, Mr. Naveen, Mr. Somesh from IPC. And of course, without the pharmacology department and the residents, the paramedical institute and the nursing institute, and PhD students and Dr. Shivankar, Dr. Kopal also did a fantastic job. Vivan, you have done an immensely good job. A big round of applause for Vivan because वो इतना अच्छे से manage कर रहा था. Dr. Rupa, Member Secretary to Pharmacovigilance. हमारे जितने भी audio visual के partners हैं, हमारे पवन जी and Pushpender ji, Shankar ji, I just want to convey my thanks for this beautiful arrangement. Happy Independence Day. आपको feeling अभी से आनी शुरू हो गई होगी. तो हमने उस pioneer work को हमने इस Materiovigilance program of India से start किया है. And there's a long way of go. So are we ready for it? Yes. Yes तो यार जोर से आनी चाहिए. So we all are ready. Thank you very much, and we need to put more effort and to make the awareness more dedicated in small groups so that it becomes more effective. Thank you all.